A very good evening, everybody, and welcome to the Grand Hotel live in Blackpool. Stephen Jameson, Simon Webb, and Jordan Shepherd here with you for a fabulous evening's entertainment. It's the World Team Shootout. We are down to the semi-finals. We had the quarter-finals earlier on. They were fantastic entertainment, and our semis should really deliver that extra level more. Si, this afternoon was great. But when we up the stakes, so too does the drama with Shootout. Paul, we're expecting these semis to be pretty special.
Yeah, and I also think the fact that we've got the two-time defending champions have been eliminated. They were the big favourites for the tournament and they're gone. And I think all four teams now, and especially Malta, having been to the final twice and not being able to get over the line against Northern Ireland, should be looking at this going, I can win this. We should be able to get this over, get this done. I think all four teams will come in buoyed up. They've had experience this afternoon. They've all played well, and it should be a fantastic evening.
Sheppy, was there anything that caught your eye from this afternoon?
How lucky Wales were.
No, and you're allowed to say that as a Welshman, so fair play.
Yeah, exactly. But no, I was happy to see them win. They played right in all fairness. They kept Northern Ireland under pressure, which was good to see. The England performance was very reserved, say, in a nice way. I don't want to be nasty.
I think with that we talked a lot about the fact that teams, they're bonded, they're united, they cheer on their teams. And now with the England, I wasn't in the arena. I was only on commentary for it, or I was watching it outside the arena.
It seemed a touch subdued.
It was very subdued, and they went behind, and there was no we saw Northern Ireland go behind. Every single time their player got to the table or had a chance to get to the table, to a man, they all said, "Come on." And it wasn't loud, it wasn't over the top, and it wasn't in your face, but it was just, you could tell every single player on that team was so bonded and so united, and I don't think the same could be said about England, and I think that's why the two favourites for the tournament, well, that's why England, who were the second favourites for the tournament, are out.
Well, absolutely, and if you missed earlier on, let's take a look at the results, because there were some standout performances, namely in that first match, because what Malta did, tremendous, an 8-2 victory over England. It wasn't necessarily a surprise who won that match, but I think the surprise came just how.
Possibly. I mean, they played really well. They got the chances. England didn't take theirs, and they had enough. They didn't take them, and Malta did. And to me, and they were united, and they kept the momentum rolling on, and I think that was what was really important for them.
France then got themselves a great win over Mauritius, 6 frames to 3. Scotland-Ireland was tight for a while before the Irish pulled away. And Northern Ireland's 6-4 defeat to Wales, that should say. Wales with a 6-4 win there.
Did the graphics man write that before the match was played?
Well, it could very well. It almost should have been the other way, it felt like at times in that match. There was in particular a finish taken out by Cole Bedford that I want to shine a little bit of light on, Sheppy, because not the fluke actually, because that was ridiculous, but the finish that he took out at 4-all in a do-or-die frame with a few minutes left on the clock. I wanted to get your thoughts on that, because that's the sort of finish that we see you take out in those clutch moments where you think, right, I'm going for these and I'm taking them.
Yeah.
It was really impressive to see Cole do the same thing, because he said to us afterwards that's the most pressure he's ever felt on a pool table. I mean, he's played pool for a very long time at the top level, but the team element is just a whole other ball game.
Yeah, it was a good measured clearance, to be fair, from Cole. He played a nice couple of cute shots, played a good one with side over distance, and he nailed that. Then he played a clever shot right at the end of the finish, where he played a little ball with a touch aside, and he manipulated the ball at the top, which was good to see, and he held his bottle well on the 8 ball, which could have easily been missed under the pressure.
I thought it was really impressive. That clearance was phenomenal, but the work done by the lads to get Cole into that position was fantastic, because when Zach Shepherd missed that ball that he should have made to go 4-1 up, the lads, you could see it. I was sat here, just we had the Welsh team behind me, and you could see the heads drop. You could see the team, they were deflated at that moment, and when it went back to 3-3, to see the response from the guys at the back end of the order, and then Tom Cousins comes out, gets the break clearance, and then they hung on. That clearance from Cole was fantastic, but the way it was set up was also very, very good.
Well, let's talk a little bit about our first semi-final this evening, because it is set to rumble. It'll be Malta versus France. You can see the French team getting ready behind us. They're ready to go in just a moment, but let's talk about the French, because we've talked a little bit about Malta. A fantastic performance, so it was. But for France, it was not quite as impressive, I'd say. It didn't jump off the page as much. But this team, that's very, very solid, I would say, is capable of producing some big things. We saw in their last 16 match with India just what they can do. earlier was solid, and we get the feeling that tonight they need to level it back up to that India performance where they ran 6 of the first 7 frames off the break and blew India away.
That's where they can be positive, is the fact that they have that India match fresh in their mind. You know, that happened, and their top game, if they deliver that here, then Malta are going to have to take every chance that come their way, because we could be in for an electric match. The thing that impressed me this afternoon with France was, like, they got off to a really sluggish start. That first frame, it lasted 10 minutes, and it was scratchy, it was messy, and but they didn't allow that to set the tone for the match. I thought the way that Simon Pellissier, he came out and he just played the perfect frame of pool, settled them down, and then from there they never looked like losing.
And for Malta, they've got a super squad, really. A few players that really, really jump off the page. You think of the reigning world champion, Clayton Castoldi, former world champion, Claudio Cassar, Dan Grech, who's a super player. But the rest of the players there, Sheppy, really held their own. It takes a lot to beat a very, very good England side. And for Malta, they've sort of got their confidence in their sort of their gun players, if you like. But the B-level players really, really rose to the occasion, and they all played to a real level.
Yeah, they played great. I think England allowed them to play well. They give them obviously plenty of chances, and then seeing a team, it's like playing someone in singles and you just see them in their chair deflated. You just think they're there for the taking, and I think that's what Malta picked up on today. Obviously they're a full team unit, and they were good for their victory.
Yeah, they're an absolutely astonishing team unit. Their passion for the sport is pretty much unrivaled. They've been to 2 finals. They are wanting to make a third, but as they told us today, and indeed yesterday, they want it to be third time lucky. It should be a fantastic evening. If you weren't with us earlier, Shootout pool is brilliant. Jordan Shepherd can testify that as the former Shootout king. But when you combine it with teams and internationals, it becomes a whole nother ball game. And that is what we're in for tonight. It should be fantastic. We'll see 2 semi-finals and then the final. But first, when we come back, it will be Malta versus France. Welcome back, everybody. It's almost time to rumble in the World Team Shootout. We are down to the final 4. One of France and Malta are about to make the final. Malta trying to make their 3rd final in a row. France trying to make their very, very first. Si, Jordan, who gets there?
Malta, I think. I mean, France, I think, will have to find the form they had against India. I think Malta will play like they did earlier on. I think they might have a bit more of a tough task getting through, but I still think they're going to edge it.
As for you, Sheppy?
I think Malta have got the potential to go through the gears a lot more than what France have. You know what you're going to get with France. They're going to just be good, steady, solid players, but it could end up being a blowout, and obviously Malta could miss their finishes, going for everything, and France could pick them off, but if I had to pick, I'd go with Malta.
It's set to be a cracker. 2 teams who are desperate to make this World Shootout final, and you can enjoy it in the company of Mark Shepherd and Tony Holgate.
Welcome back to Blackpool. Malta were so enthusiastic in their first round match. Crowd support alone, they were strong favourites against England. Came through a great match there. And now on the screen here, Dan Grech winning 2 frames in that match. Playing the way he always does, really swashbuckling style. Cue ball all over the table, but somehow held it all together. One of the most entertaining players we've got on the tour right now. Pretty hard to pick a winner here, really, Tony. Slight difference in style. Like Malta, a bit more flamboyant, but France looked pretty effective in their first match.
Yeah, tight call. Guys in the studio, yeah, I make Malta favourites purely on their quarter-final result against England. They were brilliant against England. But, and it's a big but, when France played India in the prelims on Friday, I mean, they were magnificent, they were fantastic. And they've called it right. France are more of a steady, workman-like team. You know what you can get with them. They'll play more percentage shots than Malta will. Malta will take risks. But with Northern Ireland going out, and then you look at the other semi-final, Wales and Ireland, I'll tell you what, it's hard to pick a winner of the tournament, full stop.
And that's the genius of this format. It's a format that keeps it all very open. Not really any favourites, although Northern Ireland did win both of the first 2 stagings, so they obviously came into this year's event looking like the favourites. Good chance here for Cedric Lecalec. to get into that red that he's cannoned into, so decided to play the other one long down to the corner, but got away from him.
Bit snatchy.
Yeah, he's got a slight nervous mannerism around the table, hasn't he? He's looking quite sort of rushed as he was bustling around. Dan Grech, very experienced player despite being so young still. Kind of talismanic figure for Malta. He's not a player that always plays the right shot or the perfect cue ball, but so entertaining to watch and so deadly effective.
How old is he, Mark?
Well, he was playing in the under-23s until at least last year, because he was in the under-23 European final, so he can't be a great deal older than that. I think he maybe has just got out of that age group now. Great potter, he's a phenomenal shot maker.
He had a bit of concern there. He thought he'd missed it at first.
This format suits him to a T. He's a real showman.
That's nicely done. Gets the cue ball to the left-hand side. Looking at that little gap there between red and black. Gets anywhere past there. Two yellows are going to be very easy into that top right-hand corner. Black's free in the middle of the table.
And this is what I mean about Dayan. He throws in quite a few of these. He can play a few perfect shots and then a loose one. But what he is very good at is recovering. This is not going to be an easy place to recover, because he's going to have to come off the right-hand side cushion where he's pointing with his cue and try and pot the lower of the two yellows in the opposite corner, which is a high tariff shot. You can see the position he's going to leave Cedric in if he misses.
At least he's made it a little bit sticky up there for Cedric.
Yes.
But that was a golden opportunity there for Dayan.
Well, especially once he'd done all the work, because he'd left a lovely angle on the ball at the bottom of the table to just screw up past the 8 ball. Just didn't quite hit it right. So Cedric's issue here is the two reds at the top of the table. He's actually on the one to the top left corner. I mean, he hasn't played to pot that now, and he's probably going to have to find a different route because he needs to get into the other one.
I've got to say, Malta, for such a small country, have got such a wealth of talented players, haven't they?
It's incredible. Cue sports are just such an important part of life there. It's just, you know, a cultural thing. I mean, going right back to Tony Drago, of course, is the big name of Maltese cue sport.
I'll go back further. What about Maltese Joe Barbara? There we go. That's the 80s now.
Yeah, top pool player. And some big events around 85. Or much of the 80s. Kind of put Malta on the map. The fact he was known as Maltese Joe helped people to reference where he was from.
I remember him playing Steve Davis in a 9-ball match that was on World of Sport with Dickie Davis. I mean, we're talking now right back into early mid-80s.
Yeah, there's a brief point around that time when pool was on some of the mainstream terrestrial channels, went back in the days when there were less TV channels. Suddenly became a big thing, but snooker boom, of course, of the 80s as well. Very different game from how it is now. These conditions would have seemed unthinkable 30, 40 years ago. Now, can you see enough of this red?
Looking from both sides. You can certainly dink it round there if you can't. I think you can just get through and snip it in.
He can afford to hit the very, very thin edge. He'll still pot it, so if you can see any piece of it, he's fine here.
I'll take that.
Good shot. Helpful cannon on the yellow to hold position. born from Dayan's mistake, but Cedric's held himself together well. And it is the French team that get on the board first. 1-0 and a massive shout from Cedric Lekelec. See what it means to him.
This is always going to be a very noisy encounter. Malta just having a little chat among themselves. I expect this to go probably down to the wire. One to the favourites to win this match, but cannot take anything away from France. They're a very dogged team. They're clearly right up for it. Here's Gary Carr.
Gary Carr for Malta and Simon Pellissier for France. And for me, Simon was one of the players of the first session. He played a very important second frame in France's win in the quarterfinals, where he just played a very measured game. There was a clearance he could have gone for. He played one developing shot, played a snooker, got out his difficult ball, then immediately back to the table, took out a lovely clearance. Just seemed to really steady the ship and get them into that match. You'd expect to see a higher standard of play in this semi-final than we did in the quarters. I don't mean that in the sense the quarters were bad, but just that the players will have settled down. It's such an unfamiliar setup, this. Even though they've played a lot of one-frame team pool, this is just a very unusual format. Wow, I don't think someone can believe he's come up dry there. Gary Carr was also very impressive in Malta's win against England. Really led from the front. I think he's keen to get through to the yellow over the top right, the top left corner, but can't quite see it direct. Oh, that's turned out well. Well, safer, knocking the 8 ball a bit safer, but he'll be happy to have potted the ball and got position on the second one.
Gary Carr's problems are just behind his hand, really. Black being the main one.
Yeah, and actually that nudge on the red isn't ideal. It's made the black a little bit more difficult to get to.
And he hasn't got much area to land in to get on that 8 ball. Later on in his finish, should he get that far? Which ball he's going to use to actually get there. Right, so he's going down the rail next. He'll be going into the bottom right after that. So that means the yellow that's next to the red, where's he going to pop that to get on the black? We're going to have to cut this in. This is really low percentage stuff here. Oh, that's a great shot.
That's a fantastic shot. He had very little space to play with there.
Again, if you look at the angle, he has to play this at pace down this rail and kick into that red to get on the yellow into the bottom left-hand corner. I can't see how he's going to get up into that anywhere near the black. Well, this is now a smash off 2 rails. I don't think the angle's there. The reds are in the way.
He's going to have to come through the gap between the 2 reds in the middle of the table and the 3 at the bottom.
It slides, Mark. He's looking at that gap there. Wow.
The fact there's a ball over the top right-hand corner pocket is useful to him because that acts as a guide. Well, he's come way too wide as we suspected he might.
So hard, but he has a length of the table double. Wouldn't this bring the roof down?
Very all or nothing this. If he misses this, he's leaving the world for Simon.
Ooh.
Far away.
No. Is he going to come and block some of these reds? It's not going to go far enough. Open table there now for France. Nothing in the way.
This is the chance France are looking for. This is a perfect place for Pellissier to go after. And he looks like exactly the man you'd want for the job. He was so steady in the first match. This is an ideal spot for a counter clearance. And I think that's going to be the pattern of the match. The Maltese away the more attacking team. They're bringing the flair to the table. France so steady. If the Maltese don't get the outs when they have the chance, this is the kind of thing that's going to happen. You can see the disappointment etched on Gary's face. She played a few good yellows at the end of that clearance to get anywhere near to the 8-ball, but ultimately it was just too difficult. Tried to reroute here. He was attempting to play the balls at the bottom of the table, but just didn't like the fact he was hampered. And he's actually getting himself into a little bit of bother here. He's still okay, but he was in prime position a moment ago, and now he's just chasing it around a little bit. He just cuts this in and comes down the middle of the table, which will be the natural line. He should be back in prime position. Anywhere in this area is perfect. So, minor reroute negotiated. We're back into the business end.
He's fine here. Could be a dream start for France. Just come further.
Yeah, he's underdone that. He's left a slightly awkward angle. He's now going to have to run the cue ball around the angles. Should still be okay, but
I think he's going to take the red at the top. Thinking about it, I personally might play the red into the top left-hand corner and screw the cue ball back and up the table, but no, he's going in the middle, so you put it on the left-hand side on the cue ball. He certainly made this harder than it should have been, and that was all because of the shot when he didn't bring the cue ball back far enough to leave himself just a roll into the middle and a straight red in that corner. He could have afforded to come too far.
yeah, I think he slightly overcomplicated that shot as well, playing at the side. He doesn't take that nudge on the red, he's in no man's land. It's an awkward angle this, but it is naturally tracking towards the 8-ball.
Played that nicely.
Well, he's made this very straightforward finish look relatively challenging, and he's got a tense 8-ball. It's one you firmly expect him to get, but under the pressure of the situation. Great cueing. Simon Pellissier for France gets their second frame on the board. Again, to rapturous cheers from the rest of the team. See what it means to all of them. Look at the order of play today. This is the first of 2 semi-finals, Malta against France. Coming up straight after this, Ireland take on Wales. Both looking to book a place in tonight's showpiece final. So next up for Malta, Ryan Pisani. Squaring off against Victorin Labar. Ryan Pisani, familiar face on the Ultimate Pool Tour. Cue ball straight into the corner pocket though.
Look at the split. That is an unbelievable split. He's gone straight in off. It's a bad break by Pisani.
Great chance this is for Labar.
When Labar gets these, he'll be off to the bar to celebrate.
The colour would be fine. Yellow's his choice.
Get the balls in play.
I know it's early in the match, but 3-0. You know, that's very hard to claw back at in this format. I always feel a team, if they're losing, just needs to just hang on to the shirt tails, if you like. But
Victorin played 2 frames in his first match against Mauritius. He won the first one and lost the second one. Great chance here to get his record back on the positive side. These matches can turn around so quickly, though. This is looking like one-way traffic to the team on the right at the moment. It's not going to stay like that.
They can, but when you come in as a player that's losing 3-0, you come out and you think, well, I have to win, and the pressure starts to mount more and more and more, and you start to think, you know, is it me going to let the team down? Am I going to, you know, blow it for all of us? And it just becomes so difficult.
That was definitely the situation for England in the first match. Felt like they were chasing it. Every time somebody came out, it looked like they were under more pressure than they needed to be. He's just got a little bit more angle than he wanted, which is why he's just taking a moment here. Just needs to dig into the cue ball here. Just put a smooth stroke on this. I'd love to have ended up dead straight on the ball to the left centre, because then he would have had natural position. It's okay, but he's now going to have to play a bit more of a positional shot.
I'll be playing the one in the bottom left now. One in the bottom left. Bring the cube off the side, run it back out for the yellow in the middle. Got to play this, plenty of conviction. He's going in the middle. See this here, he's going to be coming away off that bottom rail. Whereas he is playing the one at the bottom. When he lined up when I was looking at it, I thought he was playing the one in the middle.
Don't worry, Tony, he is listening to you.
Well, he needed to come with a bit more side there, because now the cue ball's going to be travelling towards those 3 reds at the top. And now his cue ball's very close to the rail, he won't be able to stop it. Can he just feather it in?
Potentially borrow a bit of the pocket.
He'll take this.
Would love to have been straight on this to the centre, but this isn't a bad second prize. Suddenly the room goes dead silent as he gets down for this shot. Well, he is.
He's going in the middle.
Yeah, he's still going for the centre. Do you think he's happy about that?
I think he forgot to shake hands with Ryan Bazzani. He stood there waiting for him.
Wow.
His teammate got left hanging there, look.
I think Victor had a few other things on his mind there. Relief more than anything else. Nerves clearly playing a part in this match. Very glad to have got that clearance. Ryan Pisani, though, what a great break to leave that. He did everything there, but keep the white on the table. Split the balls up beautifully. Maltese team have got something to think about as they look on here. 3-0 down in this race to 8.
Well, this is what happened to India when they played France in the prelim. France got very quickly into 4-0. I think they were 6-0 up.
So Claudio Cassar of Malta takes on Cedric Soubeville of France, and it's Soubeville to break.
And Cedric, he was playing when I played for Ireland.
Yeah, Cedric's a bit. He's been around a lot. He's played in a lot of World Championships, a veteran of several successful French teams.
He's also made the televised stages of the World Singles as well back in the early 2000s. So vast experience from the Frenchman.
Yeah, he looked like it as well in his first match. He looked like somebody that'd been out there a lot, just seemed to play with a bit more confidence, a bit more assured.
Playing with a glove now as well. He never used to play with a glove.
Yeah, we've seen quite a few players with a glove today. It is pretty warm out in the arena. I think even those that don't regularly may have considered it. I don't think France can quite believe the start they've got off to here. Obviously you visualise going off and starting as well as you can, but it's been very one-sided so far. Malta are kind of a streaky team. You can well imagine them putting together a few. They just need to get their opportunity. Right now, we're just not seeing much of the Maltese at the table. Quite a noticeable contrast in styles. epitomised here by Cedric, who's one of the more measured French players. Knows what he needs to do. And veterans of the team that were playing way back when must be loving this shootout format. Like, this is so different from the kind of events we had in the early days of this tournament.
Very close to this yellow, closer than he wanted to be. He would have ideally liked to be a cue ball's width to the left, where you could run that red in and come off the side rail and down, and you'd feel that the frame was over there. This has now made it a lot trickier. Well, he's having to bend round. No, never going to quite happen. Just look where he's left the reds. Well, this is going to be a gilt-edged chance now for Malta.
Yeah, Claudio couldn't ask for much more than this. Your opponent having a few balls dead at the bottom of the table just makes life much easier. Is this what Malta need to get themselves going in this match? Wow. I think worse than that, he's left a path through to the red near the pocket.
Well, if he has, he can kick these two reds apart.
That was a nervy shot from Claudio Cassar there. See the position of the yellows. If he just drops that ball in, everything else is waiting for him. It's quite thin on this ball to the corner. Can he get into it enough to cannon into the other two balls? Oh, having described him as a very measured player, that seemed quite an aggressive option that we've just seen from Cedric.
Shot.
So now time to knuckle down for Malta. This is getting important. 20 minutes of the match clock already gone. 3 frames the wrong side of the scoreboard. They need to open their account. Completely got hold of the cue ball, but that's okay.
No, it's a better shot. It's hit with a bit more conviction. I don't mind that.
A good angle to get over for the difficult ball.
Yeah, it's fine. It's perfect.
It's also helped by the fact that even if he misses, the reds are not in a good position.
Yeah, that's another good thing. That'll calm you down if you are a bit nervy, thinking, well, I'll probably get another chance after. So it's like a little safety net he's got. You fairly give that a humping down the rail.
Yeah, he's playing that pretty firmly. I think that's just adrenaline, isn't it?
Yeah, he just wants to, I was going to say, roll the other one in the top corner. Shouldn't matter. This is a much needed frame for Malta.
It really is, and it's a much needed frame for the match because it was in danger of getting very one-sided. But that error from Cedric Soberville has proved costly. Claudio Cassar steps up and gratefully accepts Malta's first frame of the match on the board. He's revving his teammates up, asking for a bit more volume, pointing at the Maltese cross on his shirt. He's representing his team, he's representing his country, and he's got his country's first frame on the board. The French also trying to G themselves up. Still 3-1 up, they've got to take the positives of the situation. Up next for Malta, Owen Amato, a player who's struggled in the team section of the tournament but has done pretty well, or at least has run a couple of good players close in the singles event we've had this weekend.
Yeah, he didn't get a frame in the quarter-final win against England. Another very attacking player. Pushed Chris Melling into singles. Losing out 8-5 in the end. That's a big break.
Let's go, Holy. Come on, baby.
That's a huge break.
Yeah, we saw when he was on this table in the Masters a couple of days back, he had a massive break. Left the yellows pretty nice as well.
And obviously be very keen to show what he can do to his team manager. And being left out in the quarters.
Yeah, it's very difficult for the team managers. Everybody wants to play in this event. Disappointment, you know you're going to be handing out when you drop anyone. But sometimes that's what you need. A little bit of a competitive dynamic. If you're not playing well, you're not keeping your place in the team. Some people react well to that, some find it difficult. Just using the red there to slightly change the angle, just get even better position. Going through this clearance pretty quickly so far. Take the ball at the top of the table by the look of things and then come down for the one over the corner. The only problem with playing that way around is you've got to play a bit more of a shot to get onto the 8 ball. He's also slightly overdone this positional shot, so he's working with a bit more angle than he wanted, but he's controlled it well. That's pretty much perfect.
You want just a little stuntward side. I mean, you can do this two ways. You can take the risk and go cut the yellow in, cube off of 1 rail, 2 rails, and back over for the black in the centre, where you screw up with a little bit of side, and he's going to opt for the screw. Perfect. Bang. Little bit of hampered queuing here, but it's not enough to stop him because he can go through these 2 reds with his tip. Great finish.
And suddenly the Maltese have found their voice. Owen Amato clears from the break, gets Malta's second frame on the board. Jonathan Remou for France was just a viewer of that frame. Had to go out in the arena, sit in his chair, but never got a chance to have any impact.
How often does it happen? You had Superville have that chance to go 4-0. Messed it up a bit. Malta snatched that frame, breaking dish straight behind it. And all of a sudden, when it was looking at 4-0, it's 3-2. And all of a sudden, you're back in a dogfight.
Such a tough score as well. You've got to really feel for the players that don't have a chance to play when they go out there. That's for France, Cedric Ruiz. And he is taking on 2023 world champion Malta's Clayton Castaldi. Big figure in the Maltese team. And Blackpool looking to defend his world title that he won last year in Morocco. It's Ruiz for France though that breaks off. The most convincing break, and he has come up dry.
I think there's a little bit of fear in here now because he's facing the world champion.
Doesn't help, does it? He may not know all of the Maltese team, but he's certainly going to know the name Clayton Castaldi after the performance that Clayton put on last year. Clayton was coming to this event with big expectations, obviously, given that performance in Morocco. He's delivered fairly well so far. It's not an easy thing to be a first-time defending champion.
Yeah, I like the reds here. Hasn't got to go too far away from his work. But the yellows a little bit up and down. But the yellows were there as well, you can make a case of them, but the reds all in the top half of the table. Blacks available down the bottom right, left centre.
This match has just turned on its head. France were 3-0 up and cruising. Malta were nowhere to be seen at that point. The last couple of frames it's been all Malta. Halfway through the match, 26 minutes played, 24 minutes remaining on the match clock.
Ended up a little short there. Another couple of rolls with the cube would have been far better. I don't think you can roll this in now and get onto the red on the top right.
Yeah, he ideally would have been too high, not too low. He's got a bit of angle going the wrong way now, so I think I have to settle for distance or screw off the top cushion. It's entirely as played, but it seems to be okay. I think you can take the top one of these reds to the right centre. Certainly played to be that side of the red.
No, more meat.
By the way, it's back in good position now.
Got away with that, I think. Just wants to bring the cue ball, I'd say about just above that yellow that's to the right of the black. So once above there, so he's got a little angle to come out. You'll have the black in the bottom right hand corner. Let's pinch this with a bit of right hand side. Just make sure you don't clip into that yellow on the way out. I think see if you just play that plain ball, the white will go into the yellow that's next to him, so a bit of bottom right hand side.
It's played the right shot, but it's come up a little bit short. Should still be okay, but this 8 ball now missable from this angle in a way that it wouldn't have been if you were right behind it. So just this shot to level the scores up. And level they are, just when they needed it. The world champion delivers a world champion's performance. High fives for the Maltese as they celebrate getting back on level terms in this match. They were 3-0 down after the worst imaginable start. As you can see from Dan Greg's reaction, he's pretty pleased to be 3-all. French also looking to G themselves up.
Dale's really giving it some stick.
Come on, boys!
Come on, boys. Yeah, they've come alive now, Malta. France to you're playing kind.
Come on.
Olivier Cheveux for France. It's going to be just a break.
The 7th of the 7 players in the first session for Malta. Wayne Pace steps up to break.
If they put him in the 6 red shootout, should it arise with a name like Pace?
Yeah, we've got to see the 6 red shootout today. Oh, where's that cue ball going? Seen a few enoughs already today.
It's been a while since France have had anything to shout about.
Yes, he screwed this round 2 rails straight into the middle pocket. Can't believe he's picked that path out. So, Olivier Cheveux. Decent chance. And France, having been way ahead, now pegged back to level terms, need to get something going. Perfect. It's finished a bit close to one of the reds. He's got the other one tied up next to a yellow near the left centre.
Well, I think he thought he could dislodge that with that shot, and he's miscalculated that completely. He's popped his way into a little bit of trouble here. He's going to have to dig this back out. Oh, that was rash.
It was rushed as well, wasn't it?
That was very rushed. That was a jittery one. If you're Wayne Pace, you pick up on that, you think, hang on a minute, my opponent looks a bit nervy here.
Just a momentary delay where an issue with the clock is fixed. Give Olivier a moment to dwell on that mistake as he sits down in his chair. That all got a bit out of control for a moment.
Looking at the table there, you think Wayne Pace, if he can come in and play the loss of turn shot, plays off the yellow, bumps that red and over the bag on the bottom left, and he puts Olivier in all sorts of trouble.
Wayne's got a few moments to consider this shot as he looks on at the table. Won't approach the table, and it's not technically his shot yet, but let's just take a look at what happened there. I think the referee is just looking at a review of that just to check there wasn't a foul played as part of that shot. It all happened so quickly, I don't think anyone was quite expecting him to play it like that. So the referee is just needing a moment just to check, see whether it was a push shot. So the players just waiting for the referee's decision. And the referee has called a foul and offers ball in hand to Malta's Wayne Pace. Deemed that was a push shot.
Well, it makes it even easier now to play this lost and turn down the bottom. So you just play the plant here, push the cue ball behind the yellow that's next to the black. So this would make the Maltese big favourites. Need to get that a little bit further, but then again, if you don't want to flick off that red because you send in the black towards that middle.
Yeah, it's a situation you actually may be happy to leave a bit of that red out, because it's very hard for Olivier to knock into that without achieving a bad result. He's either going to knock the black towards the pocket, which is bad, or he's going to open up the area.
Well, he's got to hit a cushion after contact, so he can't just dribble into it. Not playing it, he's going up to try and hit the red at the top, which he has done. But he has left a chance now. Pace could cut the ball into the middle bag and free black and yellow down at the bottom. And there is a legitimate chance here for Malta to clear up and see their first lead in this semi-final.
No question of the two teams, Malta will be much happier with this 3-all scoreline. When you've been behind in a match and you get back on level terms, it almost feels like you've had a victory. Not entirely as intended, but he's got one of the problem balls out.
Yeah, I think you needed to screw into that because you want to make sure you take the black out as well. Also, it would have kicked the red away from that corner. It was I thought he was a little conservative in that shot, but he's screwing out and trying to get the black this time. He's got it. Wants the cue ball to stop. That's okay. You can cut the yellow into the centre. On the right-hand side, he's still in a good position here to go out.
Already a lot of drama creeping into this match. Seems to be the way of one-frame team pool. It's just never a simple dot-to-dot finish. There's always something happening.
Great shot, great shot.
Shout's a great shot, and I agree, he's cued that nicely.
That was Dayon. Dayon now becoming very, very vocal. And why not? You've got to get you behind your team. I feel that was the strength they had against England in the quarterfinals. They were far more vocal. They had way more team spirit than England. England were flat from start to finish. And they look urgent now, don't they, Malta? They believe and they look urgent.
Yeah,
I think France are going to have a job with them now.
Yeah, they seem like the ideal team, don't they, for this format? They've had success in the past with it. They just seem a happy team. It seems very genuine, the team spirit. They're urging each other on from a position of genuine affection and respect for each other. This has been good from Pace. Malta were 3-0 down. Now they're 4-0 up. Remembers the handshake this time before he goes to celebrate with his team. There's plenty to celebrate. That's 4 in a row now for Malta. So all 7 of the first set of players have now played. They can choose to reset their order. They can submit a different 7 players, so they can make a substitution if they want to for the second session. Given the way the last few frames have gone, they'll be pretty happy to hold station with where they are.
I'd have the last 4 players that played for Malta all coming out now. This is Thomas Le Buton from France.
Come on, boys, smile for the camera.
Suddenly, France starting to look under a bit of pressure. This wasn't the case at all a while ago.
Well, they had that chance to go 4-0 from Cedric Soberville. And ever since then, it's been one-way traffic. They have had one other chance, but it was blown. France are having a wobble.
Better Started to have a wobble from 3-0 up though. At least they've still got a chance to get back into this. Look at the Maltese, they look so happy, don't they? They look like they're really loving this moment. Thumbs up to the cameras. Just a moment where they're just clarifying the order for the second session.
And it's Dayon that's on. He didn't know he was on. I think the manager's put the team in and hasn't relayed that information to the team for the players.
Well, Dayon was the first player up last time, so they're keeping that bit of the order the same.
So not going with the 4 that have just won. Well, if Dayon comes out and wins this frame, you know what sort of reaction you're going to get from this man. He's probably the most vocal player on the Maltese team at the moment. He's been the one jockeying them along. Shaking a hand. It's going to be the Frenchman to break.
Needs something out of this frame. France needs something to cheer. They're still trying to be vocal. They're still trying to get behind their guys, but it's been a while since they had anything to really celebrate. Ooh, where's that cue ball going? Yet another in off. This has been the story of the match so far. Hits the break well, but cue ball comes across the table, takes a nudge, and races the yellow into the middle pocket. So, Dayan Grek, ball in hand as he comes to the table. Not a completely routine layout. Used to be lining a yellow up. He's got a problem yellow on the left, another problem on the right. I know, red's his choice now. And that's a bad miss with ball in hand. You should never be missing your first shot. Let's take another look at this. It's just been in a quick one there. Normally such a smooth cueist. So, Thomas Laboussin in off the break hasn't proved immediately costly.
Probably better to miss on the first ball there than do it with the last ball. Oh no. What are they doing?
He's in off again.
Well, we'll have another look. He's trying to flick. These balls didn't need to be flicked apart. They were a plant. That's why Dayon's went for them. He made them worse anyway.
Well, it's been a comedy of errors so far in this frame. 2 in-offs, missed pot. Finally Dayan's underway. First legal shot of the frame. Colours now decided. Dayan's now got the problem of the 2 reds on the left-hand side that just got knocked safe in that last passage of play. As ever, his demeanour is never really a problem at the table. Just goes around looking at opportunities. You know he's going to pull out a big shot if he needs to. So a couple of looks at this one. So tempted to just play a gentle cannon into the 2 reds together.
Easy little safety here. Flicks off this. Just puts the cubic on the red on the rail. Does that.
So France with a problem now, although
Got to make sure he doesn't leave him ball in hand. That's what he's got to make sure first and foremost, because wherever he leaves Dayon, it's going to be hard to get those reds unless he doesn't hit a yellow. If he gives him ball in hand, then he's going to be in trouble. He'll probably put it where it is now and then screw back and kick that other red off the rail. He'll have the other red into the top right.
It's hard to call a winner in the frame. Cue ball tracking towards the pocket, but manages to stop short of his 3rd in off of the frame.
Well, he has a double. Could double the first red out the 2 that are near the cushion in into the top right-hand corner. If he got that, he'd have frame up. Whether he takes it, that's another thing. Because he's opening up the yellows.
Normally a very attacking player.
So that's a nothing shot. He needed to get that red out at least. And now what left here is Louboutin can get the cue ball down the bottom of the table and make a little bit of headway in this frame. And that's just slowing up as we get towards the last 10 minutes. 3 minutes and change left before we get to that point. And Louboutin does get that cue ball down there.
By far the scrappiest frame we've seen so far in this match. Balls have all just gone a bit awkward right now. Neither side has anything particularly to be gained from the fact that this is a slow frame. Maltese lead of 1 frame isn't enough to be sitting on.
You've got to go game here, and he's going to. There's no value in these safety shots who's playing up there. It's a great pop, but he's landed on nothing.
Just needs to get into the cue ball a bit more. It was tough though from the angle he was playing that at. So the safety game continues. This time he's got to get the red out. Hasn't really helped either. Dayan's problem is that he's got a numerical disadvantage of balls, and one of them's tied up, so he's really got much to play at, even if Thomas doesn't achieve anything here.
If Louboutin's going for the cross double back into the middle, no, he's playing safe. I don't think this is the way to go with Dayan, unless it's an easy safety. You're leaving a man. Okay, they're really tough chances, but you're leaving a man who you know is going to throw his arm at him and go for absolutely everything. I say that as he keeps playing safe.
I was going to say, he's a reformed man. Have you ever seen him play this many safety shots in a row?
Thing is, it's not really a safety shot.
This is a chance to play a much better snooker.
If you're leaving a player 4 balls to go out, that's not a safety. I'll tell you what, that's not a good shot at all. If Dayan can see this red, even if he can't pot it, if he can get through to it, hit it, he could leave that cue ball wedged next to Louboutin's yellow, and he's freed his really awkward ball. Obviously, if he can pot it, even better.
Is there a gap though? It's very, very tight. Don't think Dayan thinks he can get through, so he's going off the right-hand side cushion.
I thought he could get through, and I still think he can get through there. I think you can pitch it, but just before the cushion, I think you hit the red first. I really do.
Well, he may be about to end up back in a similar spot. I wonder if Thomas has come to look at this gap. I think he's taken comfort from the fact that Dayan didn't play it last time, that gap doesn't exist.
If Dayan didn't play it the first time round, he's certainly not going to play it now. He's looking at where he wants to aim. He's going to put a load of left-hand side on this and try and hit that red at the top.
We're about to hear the chimes for the last 10 minutes of the match. There we go, 10-second shot clock now in operation.
Gone off, is he? No.
15-second shot clock, I should say. So we're in the last 10 minutes of the match. Well, maybe this is what we need to speed this frame up. Pace of play
If Louboutin just plays that
down.
yellow next to the red, just gently and push it over the middle bag, I think he puts. Well, it's part of the ball, but the yellow's still there. If he'd have just played it and nudged it over the middle and left Dayan stuck to the red on the rail, I think he's got no shot. And I think and then he's opened all his yellows up. Well, he's making things worse for himself now. Louboutin refusing to take the game by the scruff of the neck. Dayan's been giving it to him.
Yeah, I don't know about that one, because given that the penalty for a foul is ball in hand, it's not like you get 2 visits, so how's he going to get those yellows out? Well, we're about to find out, because France do now have ball in hand. I think he's going to end up having to waste the first shot, playing the yellow out, and then try and get a second foul.
Just let him see it. Le Bouton really should have won this frame by now, and it would have been 4-all with plenty of time on the clock. And he's digging himself a big hole. At some point, I just feel that Dayan's going to nick this frame off him, and on top of that, that would put Malta two in front, and France have wasted a load of clock.
Yeah, whoever loses this frame is not going to be impressed by the amount of time that's been taken.
Yeah, he's just feeling, he's very, very edgy. This is why he's not taking anything on. He's trying to basically stand there and hope that Dayan hands him the game completely.
The yellows are just getting worse and worse right now, and he should be trying to get them into better positions.
He certainly can't get there from that angle. 2 cushions. Nowhere near.
So what does Le Bouton do now? Is he just going to play the yellow down the right side, or is he going to try to free up?
That would be close to asking the question if that was a genuine attempt because of the pace he played it.
That's a poor shot as well, really.
He's doing nothing.
He has got the snooker, but what's he wanting here? He's not going to get better than ball in hand. Like, that's the best you can get from a foul. Now, surely Le Bouton's got to go for this. Set up a position where he can cannon into the yellow. Could knock this out and just try and leave the white frozen against the red.
That should have been done a long, long time ago.
Wow, what a strange frame this has been. So, touching ball, Dayan's able to play away, and that's the trouble. He shouldn't have left a touching ball there. Although, the way the red is, it's hard for Dayan to get left much of a shot at it. This has been a very strange frame.
15 seconds of shot is not helping Thomas Le Bouton. It's a decent shot though. Okay, didn't make the pot, but I just feel like there could be a big fluke coming. I don't know why I think that, but
Not far off. Now, surely to goodness, France have got to get this frame on the board here.
he just looks so edgy as Le Bouton, but this is a gaping chance.
So much time has been wasted on this frame.
This is an open goal finish. We're not going to have much more than 5 minutes left on the clock after this. Probably just a bit less.
Well, that's quite a quick pace of play up until this point. A very strange frame. We see Dayan reflecting on what might have been.
He's lost his 2 frames this day on. I just wonder if something like Clayton would have been out there playing this frame, that he would have mopped this up.
Well, fair play to the French player there. Thomas Le Bouton made heavy work of that, but he did the thing that he needed to at the end, which was to win the frame. The French can now celebrate as they get back on level terms. 4-all, but only 5 minutes remaining on the match clock. So we know pretty much for certain now that we're not going to go the distance. Neither team has got time to reach the winning mark of 8. Gary Carr of Malta comes out. The next frame could be a big one. Probably going to be time for at least one more after this, but I don't know if there's a slow frame like the last one. Victorin Labar. I think both of these players will be motivated to play this frame a little bit quicker than the last one. Reminder that if the match clock does get down to 0, the score will be whatever it is, and if it's tied, so if it was to remain 4 apiece, we would go to a 6-thread shootout. Gary Carr has come up dry.
Yeah, Malta looking for a captain's performance. Gary Carr.
The disappointment etched on his face of that dry break.
Genuine chance for France. Red's very tight at the bottom of the table. I'm not sure it slides past that yellow, but it would go off the rail and off the yellow into that corner. He's taking yellows. Well, he can play the yellow off the red into the centre. That keeps his momentum going at the table. I'm just not so sure he picked the right colour. That's what he has done. He's opened up the reds completely. Reds are far the better colour now. Gary Carr will know this. He knows the chances there. Oh my word.
Well, this is becoming very error-strewn indeed, this match. 15-second shot clock not helping things. Victor out, gonna have to rush. Situations where you've got ball in hand or something to think about, you've got to get on with it.
Starting to head to very similar territory as Scotland and Australia in the prelims on Friday, where Scotland managed to win the frame with a second left on the clock. Still just over 3 minutes. But Victor wants to get a wriggle on. He tried to bump that off, but if he can just pull this ball back into the middle, leave a little angle, he can just pot the yellow into the top left-hand corner and just nudge the other yellow off the rail very gently. Well, he's not even going to bother. I don't blame him, actually. He's going to play it down the rail, but he's going to have to play this one, then the one down the bottom next with the angle. Plenty of time for these 3 balls in the black. He's changed his mind again. Oh my word.
He's really struggling with the shot clock. He's played 3 or 4 shots in a row now with 1 second remaining. Finally it's caught up with him.
Gary Carr can play fast as well. If this frame gets completed, the team are winning this match, unless there's a golden break.
To see a golden break. Still not completely confident that the frame's going to be won at one visit. Somehow once games go scrappy, it's very hard for them to get back on track.
Are you convinced now? What a shot Gary Carr has just played. He's got plenty of time to knock these 3 balls in.
Brilliant from Gary Carr, lovely shot. Now he's in perfect position.
I think he's a little bit shorter actually. He's going to top this through. Off the rail. Now he's... Oh, that's brilliant. We're still going to see the next frame. Doesn't have to rush this like a madman. Just make sure, get the frame on the board for Malta and let France worry about the next one. In it goes. Gary Carr puts Malta on the verge of the final. Just over a minute mark. It's going to be very interesting now.
The drama just keeps coming in this match, doesn't it? Malta were 3-0 down. Looked like they were dead and buried at one stage. Got back into it. It was all about that shot from Gary Carr. Played a brilliant shot to get up the table. Perfect position on the 3 remaining reds at the top. So now all the results still possible. The only way France are likely to win is through a 6-red shootout. Malta are going to very much hope that either they win this frame or that the frame isn't completed. So if the score remains where it is, they will be the ones going through to tonight's final.
Well, if Malta get to the table, you're going to see some clock management. The first thing they'll do is use their extension and try and run the clock down. If they manage to do it, they'll be in the final and they'll play either Ireland or Wales in it.
So it is the French team to break. Surely they've got to go for the cut break. They are need to get the 8-ball moving. They'd love a golden break here. There is still time for a clearance. 105 is plenty long enough, but it will have to be a first visit clearance, you'd feel.
So he doesn't want a dry break or in off.
The 8-ball's moving, but not towards the pocket. It's a decent split. There's time here for a clearance.
Not that decent.
That ball's run in a tight position at the top of the table. Unlikely now to see a result.
He's having a go.
He's still got a chance here. He's got an
He
angle
has
to
got
get
the
into the
angle
ball.
now. He goes in now, he has to. And at pace. How's it come out? It has.
Oh, it's okay.
Oh, he's got it. Wow. 12 seconds.
Could he do it? Oh, it just eludes him. Oh, it's gone safe anyway.
He's going to use the extension, that's it.
Claudio Cassar isn't going to need to play a shot. He shakes hands with Simon Pellissier. France came so close there. They got off to an amazing start in that match. 3-0 up. They had Malta exactly where they wanted them, but a very spirited performance from the Maltese team. Fought their way back into it. That strange, lengthy tactical frame in the middle, but ultimately Malta go through by 5 frames to 4. Let's take a quick break. We'll be back with more very shortly.
Oh, that was dramatic, wasn't it? Malta, for the 3rd time in a row, are the World Team Shootout finalists. Dan, Gary Carr joined me to discuss that match. Guys, how's the heart rate? How's the hands? It was close, Dan.
I think I don't have any more breath. It was a fantastic battle. We was 3-0 down to France. They are a very good team. We got them at the end of the match. My frame took a bit of time, like 10-12 minutes to come for each, so it was all about the last frame. But it was massive. It was very fantastic match.
Yeah, well, you guys were involved right at the bitter end. Of course, you had that huge tactical battle, and then Gary, you had to take out a big finish. How pleased are you, first of all, to be through that match into the final?
Honestly, I feel relieved because 3-0 down. Me and Dan were speaking. It's like this is the last stage we're at. You know, semis were out, but we still had a bit of belief because so far the shootout for us has been amazing, and we pulled out some good finishes. As I said in the last interview, our cue ball wasn't that great again, but a win's a win. So.
Well, we know the way that you guys like to play. You like to go for everything. You like to be aggressive. Did you worry though that it might have cost you in your frame a little bit? How important do you think in the end was it to just keep fighting for as long as possible?
Yeah, sure. But as long as I say that 5-10% chance that I can go into the red that I had with the yellow, if that shot goes right, the match is over. You know, and I was playing with time only because I couldn't won that frame unless he make a mistake or give me that percentage chance to get the frame. So when I see that little bit window open, I try to get that red out. But unfortunately, I was unlucky. I had the yellow, but I still kept playing with time and left him. He has to remove the ball, you know. Yeah. So I will not remove it for you for sure.
Well, absolutely. And Gary, I want to ask, when Simon Pellissier is at the table and he's got a minute to go and he's running around and he has a finish on and he's breaking into balls and it opens up a little bit, what are you thinking?
Yeah, actually he was quite lucky in a few shots. I thought he was gonna finish them, but then, you know, with the time and everything, the accuracy doesn't go to plan. And then when he finally missed, everyone was so relieved at the end.
Is that the overriding emotion? Is it relief?
Yeah.
Yeah, of course, because we had to dig deep. We had to dig deep for this match because, as we said in the beginning, we was 3-0 down, and it was it was gonna be hard to take a loss like that. You know what I'm saying? In the last seconds, or go to a shootout. Shootout is like a penalty shootout in football. For me, it's all about luck.
Yeah.
You know, so yeah, we was relieved. Obviously, hope we can get one step further than the other 2 years.
Well, yeah,
So maybe I can touch it later.
yeah. Third final in a row, Gary. What does it say about this group that you came from 3-0 down, you showed that resilience to win through and get through to a third final?
Yeah, I'm just gonna put a statement out here. I believe we're the best team in the world, but we're still not showing it yet. Honestly, some people might think maybe it's a bit of arrogance because of England, Northern Ireland, all those top professionals, legends. But we have a group of players that can beat anyone. As you can see, individuals, I can mention 2-3 names that just beat a few of the top players in the world this week. So I'm not joking when I say we can win any tournament here, but obviously it depends on our form, on our cue ball control, how we handle the pressure. So it's just one last push left. If we can do that, then I would be right.
Look, boys, we wish you the very best of luck
Thank you.
later on.
Thank
Are
you
you
very
going to
much.
watch the second semi-final, or are you going to take
No,
yourselves away?
no, surely not. I'm going to watch Italy now. I will watch a half time of Italy. So it's not good to watch pool when you have to come to play. That's my mindset. When I'm not playing, I keep away from the game so I can relax.
Just relax.
Okay, well, boys, we will see you later on. Love the attitude. Can't
Thank
wait
you
to
very
find
much.
out
Thank
who
you.
you play. And when we come back, we preview our second semi-final. Ireland versus Wales for the right to face these guys in the big dance later on. Do stay with us. Welcome back, everyone. Si and Jordan have joined me back in the studio to preview Wales versus Ireland in just a moment. But before we get to that, we've got to talk a little bit about that first semi-final, Malta versus France. That final sort of 15 minutes, boys, it felt like everything hinged on that. There were 2 frames in there that we sort of, I think, need to discuss. The first is the tactical frame,
Yeah.
which wasn't that tactical. It was almost like a patient frame where Thomas Louboutin was playing with his food before he ate it against Dejan Grek, and then the Simon Pellissier frame at the end there. I want to talk about Thomas' frame first, if I can, Si. That frame took around about 14 minutes, which, when you look back, that's so much time out of the game at such a crucial point. And there were several points where Thomas could have gone quite a bit earlier.
Yeah, for me, I mean, it's a difficult one because you can't be too critical because he won the frame, but he could have won that frame 6, 7, maybe even 8 minutes earlier than he did. He had it absolutely, and he never wanted to take that ball into the middle pocket because he was worried he was going to open up the table if he missed. But if he takes it on, he leaves a lot more time in the game. By delaying it, essentially, he made the scores all tied with 4 minutes to go, which essentially made it not quite a one-frame shootout, but it certainly shortened the match, and there was not going to be more than 2 full frames played, and it kind of made the next frame so pivotal. Now, I'm not saying that was because if they'd won that frame, we'd be saying what a great thing that happened, but that they would have liked that time back at the end for sure.
Yeah, it also put his mate up next, Victor Amrabat, right under the pump, didn't it? Because all of a sudden when he's in the shed there thinking I'm coming out in a second with 12 minutes to go on a 30-second shot clock.
Yeah.
Bit different to coming out at 4 minutes under 15 seconds. The players just lagging behind me. That's the atmosphere already up for Wales Ireland. But that final finish, Sheppy, Simon Pellissier, he was right up against it, I think it's fair to say. But did his naivety maybe on the short shot clock just show there, do you think?
Yeah, he butchered it, bless him. I was hoping he'd get him and then we'd have a great buzzer beater, but wasn't to be. If you don't play, obviously, if you're not used to them conditions, like anybody can miss at the best of times, but when trying to make a choice in 15 seconds, you won't want to wish it on your worst enemy, really, but he still butchered it.
For me, though, we talk about players playing as quickly as Jordan, and we see other players. I've been talking about this on commentary for a long time now. With Ultimate Pool, when we come to time matches, when we come to shootouts, the ability to play quicker. If you've got 30 seconds, that doesn't mean you should use 30 seconds, because that means when you do go down to the 15, all of a sudden you're under it. Whereas if your average pace is a lot quicker than that, it's not as jarring and it just feels a little bit more natural. But again, you can't be too hard on a guy that didn't make a 1 minute buzzer beater, but he did have a chance.
Absolutely. All right. Time to think a little bit about our second semi-final, Wales versus Ireland. Let's take a look at the Irish boys. They were very, very good earlier on. So they got a win over Scotland where they had to graft, but the big hitters came up big for them.
Yeah, I like the way they set the team up. Obviously, they've got Ben Doyle, who's been going brilliantly this year, and Stevie Dempsey and Sean Sharkey at the top of the order. The problem was once they got through those three, and then it got a little bit mixy, they were handed some frames by Scotland. They didn't kind of go out there and earn it. But because they had those three to come back out, it always felt like it was comfortable. But because they were gifted the frames, all of a sudden they were miles ahead. But I think for me, from the way that match went, the one that really stood out was Ben Doyle. I thought he was fantastic in that match.
Yeah, absolutely. And as for Wales, Sheppy, they're getting ready behind us. They are absolutely buzzing to be out there. They came through a massive match against Northern Ireland. They've knocked out, unbeaten in a shootout, Northern Ireland. Never been beaten in a shootout. They are the two-time reigning champions. So we will have a new name on the trophy this year. That's because Wales knocked them out, and they did a very, very good job of doing so. Yeah,
they went strong from the beginning. Any team with Cousins leading you out is not to be overlooked. He got... I can't remember what happened. Two clearances, what you expect really from the man in form.
But for me, what impressed me more than anything else was that obviously they got off to a flying start and then it kind of got pegged back a little bit. But they were able to go again. I thought the clearance that Will Osborne made to get themselves back in front, and then Tom went on and does what Tom does. You expect him to make those break clearances. All of a sudden, it was there to hang on. And I just thought that frame from Will was fantastic. And obviously, you know what Tom's going to give you.
Yeah, absolutely. And as for Wales, how important is this team spirit in the group behind us, Sheppy? Because it feels like they're all in it together. They're all really a big part of the team. We know the Irish have had that. They've had that for years. But this Welsh spirit seems to be really, really strong. I mean, Cole Bedford's finish earlier when he took it all, and you could see the spirit in the group.
Yeah, you could just see the relief at the end, obviously, when he potted that tricky 8. But they're all a good bunch of friends. They all get on and get behind each other, and that's the main thing for Team Pool, really.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, it's all set for you then. Wales versus Ireland. The second semi-final is up in just a moment to find out who will face Malta in the big dance tonight. It's next. Almost time to dance then in the World Team Shootout. Ireland versus Wales is about to get underway. Before I let you two go though, it's prediction time. You've been pretty hot today, Si. Who are you backing?
Well, I think it's always hard to get yourself back up after a big win, and I think that's going to be the big challenge for Wales. But this is a very evenly matched contest. I'm going to go for Ireland in a 6-red shootout.
Whoa, that would be special. Sheppy, are you backing against your boys again, or do you think they can get it home this time?
Again.
Only because they're behind me, I'm going to go for Wales.
They'd abandon you if not. Okay, then it's time to get this match underway. Jordan Shepherd is going to slide into commentary in just a moment to join the great Tony Holgate.
Thank you, Stephen. And there's another Stephen. This is, Stevie Dempsey of Ireland. Promises to be a classic. Ireland versus Wales. And at the table, two greats of ultimate pool pro status. And I can say, as he grabs hold of his headset and mic, Jordan Shepherd has joined me now. So we've got Ireland versus Wales out there. Ireland versus Wales in the comms box. So now you can say what you really want to say, being that Wales were behind you. Who do you think is going to win?
I think Wales, obviously getting Cousins on first, getting them off to a good start. Obviously they've stuck Dempsey out, which is a bold move by them, really, by Ireland.
Yeah, I agree.
I don't think they'd be sticking him out first in the next set. I think Wales are going to have a little bit too much, I think, but I've been wrong plenty of times before.
It's almost a given, though, when Cousins comes up and breaks off, it's
you just
like
know they're going to go on the pockets,
yeah.
Which is obviously exactly what he's done, yeah. It's just mad how he does it so consistently.
Yeah, I think this match will be decided by one or two of the lesser well-known players.
Yeah, I'm in full agreement.
You know, your Ross Dunns and your Lee McSharries and a few of them. Will Osborne.
Yeah, exactly that.
This is where the match will hinge.
Yeah.
That's what I think, because...
And it depends on order as well, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Obviously, depends on the so-called big hitters, which positions they play or whatever, you know. So.
Well, there isn't any more bigger hitter than this man.
No, exactly, and he is hitting big at the minute.
So when he landed the World Masters last night, still in the World Championship singles as well. He won an Ultimate Pool Pro event about 12 days ago. He's having a bad run, isn't he?
His bank manager won't be very disappointed with him, that's for sure. Just one shot to play here, which is not really a very hard shot. Just leave yourself nice and thin. Just let the white track, and then you're out.
Yeah, and I'm not going to say it's bad for him, but you don't want Stevie Dempsey losing on the breaking dish, because Stevie's, well, he's the strongest player in the Irish team. He's the highest ranked pro in their side, the Hammer.
Yeah. When I watched the lag, I see the lag, and then obviously Tom won it, but you could see the disappointment with Stevie. He was visibly upset that he'd lost the lag, which is understandable, I suppose, when you're giving this guy the break anyway.
And another immaculate finish coming right up from Tom Cousins.
As you'd expect.
Silky smooth, as always. Down goes the black, and it's Wales who stride into 1-0 lead, courtesy of the number 1.
Doesn't look very happy about it.
It's expected, it's just another couple of minutes in the office.
Yeah.
Sign a couple of forms, walk out.
In and out, done.
Yeah, thanks for that.
for coming.
Well, Sean Sharkey. And it's his birthday as well.
Happy birthday, Sean.
Yeah. Got a smile on his face. What if he's had anything nice, present-wise? I think the present he'd like would be to land this World Team Shootout. That'd be a good present.
Yeah, definitely.
Very much a team man as well. Speaking to him the other night, he said he'd rather win team tournaments than win titles for himself.
Can't really get on board with that, but
I know, that's why you're sat here not playing for Wales.
Each to their own.
Indeed.
Yeah, I generally could not think of
other people
in being a disagreement.
No.
For me, there's nothing better than winning a massive tournament and then going home knowing what you've achieved.
Yeah.
He broke earlier on like this in the match this afternoon. The side break, but it was like he was hitting the third ball down or something.
Well, that's savage where he's landed.
He was unlucky there, to be honest. Yeah, he's a bit cursed there, to be fair. He gives the game no matter what shot he plays, doesn't he?
I think so. Just want to get safe, but as Jordan said, it's not really anywhere that's completely safe.
Well, you could make it a touch awkward, which I'm not sure.
Oli Bale at the table. Sorry,
Tony.
No, I apologise first. So.
No, it's okay. We can both be sorry, pal.
Yeah. Oli Bale at the table for Wales. The bullet. Well. Got the angle on that. The red over the middle first. Kicks into the 2 at the top, or flicks that yellow away at least.
Just like to play this with control. Don't go bashing into it. Just kick the yellow away.
Oli Bale shaking her head. He'd have been desperate to pot that ball. He knows there's a finish then. Probably one of the quickest players in the game.
Yeah.
He's been a bit out of sorts of late.
It's tough. He's into his 50s now, isn't he, Oli? Played for a long time.
He won a European Championship.
05 was it? 05, 06 or something?
Around, yeah, I think it was 06. Might have been a year later.
Takes some doing to win any of them tournaments.
No, it was 06. It was in Bordeaux.
Yeah. Stevie Dempsey won it young as well, didn't he? He won it at a very young age. I don't know what year it was, but I remember him winning.
That would have been after I'd retired.
Yeah. Do you miss playing at the top level?
Obviously, I miss if I could still play the game.
Yeah.
You know, I wouldn't want to. You know, I play on the seniors tour. I wouldn't want to go out there and play and just keep missing balls everywhere. And, you know,
of course.
especially in the public eye.
In the mainstream.
Yeah. I miss playing at the top when I was a younger man.
Would this be something that would have got your juices flowing?
Oh, absolutely. Brilliant,
Yeah.
this. I mean, holy. Yeah.
Just a bit sharp on his backswing.
I love to be in the centre stage in
Centre of attention.
Well, to be fair, yeah, you look at it that way. It's just, but you know, you want to show your wares on the TV and
Of
with
course.
a big atmosphere. You know, always love that. Rather that than go and play in an event and you're in a table down the bottom corner of a pool club
In the middle of nowhere.
just you, a referee, and your opponent.
Yeah. Speak to some players and they're like,
Great shot there by Sharkey.
they only want to. They don't like playing on the main stage. They want to play.
But then you're not going to win the big tournaments. If you don't like playing out there, you're not winning big tournaments.
I can't stand when I'm out on the outside tables. Only place I want to be is on this main board.
That's it.
This frame's been a little bit scratchy, innit?
Yeah, both players showing a bit of nerves out there, but it is a semi-final. Malta, of course, await later tonight in the final after that comeback against France in the semi.
I think Malta go in favourite against either of these pair, just because of how well they gel as a team more than anything.
Yeah, I agree with that as well.
But they are very gung-ho, so they are. If things don't fall their favour.
It was a big frame when Cedric Soberville missed a chance to put France 4-0 up, and I think that would have been a
Nail in the coffin.
I think so, because Malta were very flat at that time. They nicked that frame, then a couple of finishes later, and they were jumping up and down. Anyway, Sean Sharkey to level the match. In it goes, and birthday boy makes it 1-all. There we are.
Gives it the big come on.
And why wouldn't you? World Team Shootout semi-final. Ireland have arrived.
Ben Doyle next.
He's been great, by the way.
Good player.
Yeah, he is.
Good player.
But he's adapted to that TV table probably, I think, better than anybody.
Yeah.
Of the, you know, apart from like your Dempseys that always play out there, you know, pro events. But
even Stevie was saying the other day he's struggling a bit playing on the main table. Which is strange, really.
Cole
Strange to
Bedford.
hear that. Yeah, Cole played well earlier. He had a nice big fluke. That was funny.
Yeah. He's quite a character, is Colt.
Yeah.
Very attacking.
I think that's the way people play these days.
Yeah. He also gets quite animated.
Just a bit. Good talent, though.
He is indeed.
He does this side breaks as well, but he hits the side break different to a lot of people. Seems to generate quite a lot of power through it.
Putting a lot of right hand side on the keyboard.
See what I mean? He's like screws through the pack.
That's a good break. Look at that.
Yeah, they're nice, them. I think these are gone and they torn.
Well, you know, if Cole Bedford doesn't get this, he's going to be pretty mad with himself.
Yeah, won't be very happy.
And he won't be shy in letting you know either,
No,
will he?
yeah, that's right. Just nip this through the gap of the two yellows. Try and land above the jaw of the middle pocket. Just there.
He does wear his heart on his sleeve.
Yeah, very much so, yeah.
But this is a great chance for Cole Bedford and for Wales.
He gets to play this, obviously. The bags do play a touch generous, but he gets to play this in a nice way where basically unmissable because he's just dollying it in.
I do like watching Cole Bedford play, I have to say, because when he's in full flow, he's an exciting player, isn't he?
He's tough to stop, to be honest with you.
He don't waste any time either.
No.
A little bit heavy. What do you do here then, Jordan? Do you play the one in the middle and bump into the other red, or do you chop it in the corner?
I think you can chop it and leave yourself quite thin on the last. Oh no, he's going in the middle pack instead. See, if I would have played the other way then, pot of the bottom red, leave yourself thin, so you're essentially playing the pink off the spot on the snooker table.
Yeah.
And then you could have just sent it round off 2 cushions, and then you leave yourself an unmissable 8 ball. But the way he chose, I think I would have played the other way there.
Well, putting the side on a cue ball puts a bit of spin onto the object ball and it's spat out of that middle bag.
Yeah, they
sort of roll round the back of the pocket, don't they?
Unless you hit them perfect, they won't go in.
That's right. Well, Ben Doyle, probably been the most consistent player on the Irish team out in the arena, certainly.
Running in safe, yeah. Just had a message off my old mucker, Ants Morrison. He must be listening to us, Tom. Hope he's doing good. Remember Ants, when you from your playing days?
That was a while ago, that was.
When you were both in your prime. 40 years ago.
Yeah, I don't think I was ever in my prime.
Yeah, he just played the right shot there. Basically, unless he flukes, he can't win the frame.
Yeah, there's nothing erratic there from Ben Doyle.
Probably the right way to play these frames, isn't it? No risks.
Slows things down a bit.
Yeah. Stops the punishment for a little while, doesn't it?
Very quickly, Ben Doyle looking at the yellow on the left-hand side. He's looking at playing it down here into the bottom left-hand corner off the yellow, which will kick red and yellow apart, but is there any real need to play that just yet? I don't know.
Just wait. Almost forcing Cole to do the work for him, but that wasn't his best shot, really.
And Cole's having a look.
Cole's probably got one last chance, maybe.
This is
Any value in trying to stick the red on the bag?
Well, I don't think he'd be doing that. I think this is going at pace.
Oh, what a shot that is.
Oh, I'll tell you what, he deserved
What
better.
an effort that is.
He deserved better for that shot. He has got a double or even a treble. I think he probably plays a treble because at least he can stop the cue ball
Yeah.
in the gap and he can have a shot at the black.
He can nip it out, can't he? Fly it out.
Twice across in the
what
middle.
an effort.
Oh, what a
my
shot
God.
from Bedford.
He's been cursed.
Oh,
He's been cursed. He can dink this for
he's,
side.
he's had so much bad luck there. Look at his face.
Let's get
Oh.
that, by the way. He's making his own highlight reels today. This is some shot, by the way.
Brilliant, brilliant shot, but can he just nip the cue ball around this yellow and cut this in? No, he can't.
So close, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Left it with this yellow on the bottom as well.
Well, that would have been some spectacular finish from Cole Bedford, but Ben Doyle now gets a bite at the cherry.
If you miss these, you miss them thick.
He's trusting with the table. Wow. That's a
Played as a shot to
really
nothing.
good stroke. I know it's a shot to nothing, but to play it at that pace shows a lot of confidence.
Yeah, exactly. He's got a good technique, isn't he?
He has.
Just trust the technique there. Pick your line and go.
Yeah, this is a very strong player for Ireland for a lot of years to come here.
Yeah, good steady player. Can't see any mistakes going, yeah.
No. Well, Wales have thrown out 3 ultimate pool professionals in the first 3 frames.
2-1.
Ireland have chucked out 2. But it's going to go 2-1 Ireland. I don't think it's going to be too long before Ben Dawes in a professional.
Yeah, he plays tier 1 now, doesn't he?
Yeah.
I don't know what his ranking is, but
Well, if he keeps playing like this,
yeah, you got to think he's not going to be too far away, is he?
must be up there with sort of Rab McCulloch and all that sort of
You'd think so. wouldn't you?
those guys, because
Yeah.
it's very, very solid. Right, this 2-1 for Ireland.
Ooh, side door.
Yeah, then in it goes, and Ireland now have their noses in front. Got to say though, Cole Bedford was so unlucky. I mean, he played an array of shots that would be just for the crowd pleasers. You know what I mean?
Goes back to the wrong shot they played though at 2 reds out or whatever it was, 2 yellows. Can't remember what he was on. But
When he tried to slap the one in the middle and it spat out.
yeah, exactly. If he plays the other way, he can't fail. But playing that way, because he still left himself the same shot.
Yeah. Absolutely. That's why you're sat here, for your expert analysis, Jordan.
Sometimes.
Ross Dunn. I believe he's Tom Cousins' doubles partner, isn't he, Ross?
Yeah,
very good friends, because I sat and had breakfast with him the other morning. And then here's Dave McQuillan for Ireland. It's going to be Dave to break off. Yeah, very nice lad. Ross Dunn. Had a little chat with him for 10 or 15 minutes. I sat there with Tom as well, and then Tom suddenly realised he was playing a singles match in about 15 minutes. Horsed his breakfast down and said, and ran up and got changed.
fair play to him. These are nice.
Have a look at Dave McQuillan's break off.
Oh,
Tell
come
you
across
what.
them though, didn't he?
Yeah, he
Been lucky there.
flirting with danger there, definitely.
Yeah, he hit them bad then, really, didn't he? Strange to see the white pop that close to the middle and go low. These are as close to unmissable as you can get them, really. I wouldn't want to be moving the 8 ball there, though.
Well, I think there's a lot of pressure out there. And
It's more so the one frame thing, innit?
yeah, well, that's why I don't think anything's unmissable. It depends who's there.
Yeah, of
I
course.
mean, if you've got Tom Cousins there, then they are unmissable, because
Yeah.
he doesn't bother. But
Station code.
sort of said, the other players that are not the seasoned pros, that's what's going to decide this match. Certainly for me.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Simon Webb said 6 red shootout in Ireland. Well, that's what his prediction was.
Be interesting to see who comes out if he does go that.
Long way to go before we get anywhere near there. As you can see, the match clock still has over 30 minutes left on it. It is a race to 8. Should either team get there, then that will be the end of the match. And whoever gets there first will face Malta in the final, which will be later this evening. Bit of a longer match in the final as well.
What's the format for the final?
70-minute clock.
Yeah?
I think the longer frame distance. I would
First
have
to
thought
9 or something?
be 9 or 10. Oh, I'd have to have that confirmed. Well, I know the match clock's a lot longer.
When was it when Declan and Callum done that thing with the watch? Do you remember that?
No.
They were on a 6 red shootout, but they knew they'd nail the time, and then they end up like doing a celebration with their watch and stuff. It was quite funny. I think that was in the final.
Well, this is only the 3rd year of the shootout. Northern Ireland won it the first 2 years, so we are going to get a different name on the trophy.
Maybe it's Ireland. Yeah. That's not his best shot though he's ever played.
Got to be in it to win it, Jordan.
Correct.
And Ireland is definitely in it.
All he has to do is land straight there, and he can't fail.
Can he just creep there sort of dead weight? I mean, they might leave it a bit thinner than he'd like, but he's surely going to have a shot at this black.
Might still be okay though, like you say.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
fine.
just he could hold it more than I thought.
Just got to make sure of the cut now into the corner with the black. And this will send Ireland 2 in front. It's in.
Good finish. Well done, Dave.
Very good finish there from Dave McQuillan, and look at him. Well, there's some excitement there.
Come on, lads.
Well, Andy Williams, dubs. Another Ultimate Pool Pro.
Lifted with him.
Lovely guy, Andy.
Yeah, really nice guy.
Yeah, good fun.
Yeah, very sound.
Tom Cousin said Andy nicked 50 quid off him at golf. Said he didn't. He said was it 100?
I think so.
Yeah, he did him like a kipper. He said he's changed the rules halfway around the golf course. Something.
Well, he has to lose at something, didn't he?
Yeah, that's what I said that. I said, well, I'm sure you can afford it, Tom. There's Lee McSharry for Ireland.
Can donate 100, can't he, to the good
Yeah.
cause.
That's going to be Williams to break off. Big break there from Williams.
Yeah, he does break massive, to be fair to him.
Yeah, a couple of balls have landed a bit tricky here for him. What's your first thoughts, Jordan, on this finish? Where would you go?
Cheers. I think I'll hold back. I think safety is my new
Safety.
port of call. Nah, I think with the way the tables play, I think attack is the best form of defence, to be honest.
Absolutely.
Just pot this. That's it. I'm not sure if he sneaked that out in my field.
Yeah, I didn't want you to have to go and change your nickname on the back of your shirt to the Welsh safety player.
Yeah, that's a bit
It's not got quite a ring to it, is it?
That's a bit boring, isn't it?
The Welsh tapper. As we go through the match, I want to think of different nicknames for you as a safety man.
Well, don't think it's too hard because it's not happening.
Anyway, Andy Williams now.
Played a nice shot there, Andy.
He did indeed. He's carved himself out an opportunity, and Wales
Can
need
you
it.
get in behind this and roll the red in the middle? Just push through. I'm not sure if that red that's on top of the yellow, whether it goes in the corner or not. Could even play the cannon if he's got enough angle. Not too much enough.
Where's the cue going? It's not going to get there, but that's not what he wanted. Nearly got there.
But if he plays my shot there and lands in behind, he's out. He obviously played the cannon, but I think the cannon probably wasn't on. Couldn't throw the white wide enough. Now he's in trouble.
I don't think he can get that red up into the top left-hand corner that's next to the yellow. I think it's stuck to it.
It goes in the middle, doesn't it? And that's it. This looks good though.
Huge pot.
How does he feel? Oh, he's going to play the double, I think.
I think he has to.
I was going to say if he could have manipulated the angle enough, he could have screwed. Bottom cushion, side cushion, and played the red in the middle. Play both reds in the same middle. But maybe that shot's not on.
I know when he's cues down, and now he's be playing through now for the double.
Yeah, he's just leaving himself a shot at it. It's understandable.
Cue-ball's going quite a long way up the table as well.
And he's got to get on the 8 as well.
Safety.
Merry Christmas. I told you should have played safe.
Yeah. I think Mashari tuck him up here behind that yellow first of all. Try and get ball in hand after. You can lay a pretty good snooker here.
Yeah, he'll need a sat nav to get out of it.
Well, he's playing to kick these yellows out.
He's not left at edge.
I think he has. I think I'd have just tapped behind and made sure I got ball in hand on the next shot.
He's wanting to get all the balls in open, isn't
he? Yeah.
But if you play your shot,
You get and you
It's-
get ball in
it's
hand,
like-
you're going to get them open anyway.
It's tough to get tough to get out of the snooker. Obviously, he's leaving himself open to damage here.
Oh my God!
word! See, yeah,
What a shot from Andy Williams. He's kicked it back into that top corner.
it's a good pace and all, didn't he?
Yeah, that is an absolute barnstormer of a shot.
That would have gone in on a 20-foot table.
Big black now for Wales. This is tough.
Shot,
Oh, that's absolutely brilliant.
brilliant shot.
What a finish. And that is a real kick in the guts for Ireland.
That's what you get for playing safe.
Yeah, well, if you play the other safety, you can't play that shot.
No, I'm kidding. Yeah, exactly that. You're right.
You tuck him behind a yellow, he cannot play
Yeah,
that
he can't
shot.
get out.
It's one frame pool, it's not first to 7 in a singles.
Yeah, just make. And obviously that frame was massive as well. 4-1 from 3-1 at 1-0 down.
Well, in the first semi-final, France 3-0 up, Cedric Somerville he played a bad positional shot when he had the frame at his mercy to go 4-0. And that was a pivotal turn in the match. Malta were flat. All of a sudden they picked themselves up, got a couple of dishes off the break, and they were buzzing.
Yeah. Coleman out, yeah. I don't think I don't think he played in the first match.
Jonathan Coleman? No, I don't think he did. Another one of the plays with a glove.
Yeah, I'm not convinced about them gloves.
Not for you.
No, not for me.
It's Matt O'Hara.
There's a lot of them who do play with them now, though, and they all swear by him. Decky being one of them, he swears by it. Says he can't play without it.
Is that because of your fingers getting sticky in the arenas? Because I never played with a glove.
No, I just think it's too smooth. If you know, I had to go with someone in the club had one. I said, let me try that. But no, not for me. These are nice finish. Play one shot, he's out. That's it, done.
Take yellow at the bottom, yeah. This is it.
Fancy you to get these, Tony.
No, I'd still struggle. What about that?
Find a way.
I'll pot this yellow down in and follow the other one in the middle. No, I must admit, I would fancy these.
I thought Cousins broke when I seen the layout.
They were a bit more patient than that.
He's okay though, and he can just touch this with a bit of side, throw it wide. Just get rid of the two at the top, and then leave the other yellow in the middle as his last ball. No, this is the wrong shot.
No.
This is never the shot.
Choosing
This is
the
a missable pot.
Choosing the harder ball.
That was never ever the shot.
Ireland at this moment, their shot selection has been poor.
Very.
2 frames in a row now, they've played the wrong shot.
Yeah. And eventually we'll catch you out.
Well, it will do. I think Colin would prefer the cue will come out a bit further.
Yeah. I think he was a bit unsure whether he was going to pot the red or not.
Yeah, well, I've not seen much of
Do you
Jonathan
play the
Ellis.
outside red here? Try and track it to get on the bad red.
I don't like any of the shots, I'll be honest.
The red on the bulk line is not even that bad though, because that middle bag is massive. So if he can get behind it, he's fine. Oh, we got a touch there.
Good pot.
That has to be your last ball now, the red in bulk.
Just wonder if he's a bit edgy. If he didn't play in the last match,
Yeah.
and chuck him in the semi-final. I know
Yeah.
they want to go through the squad and give everybody a taste of the action, but it is a world title.
Yeah, exactly that, yeah.
But they've also got confidence in the man. He's played a great shot there.
Played that lovely. What a shot.
Very, very good shot there. Justifying his selection.
Yeah, played that lovely, didn't he? Played it into the fat part of the pocket.
Big shot now down into the bottom right.
Well, the better part of the shot was getting the white out as well.
How do you play this one? Do you
Just back yourself. Not like that. Oh.
you can see the yellows over the middle.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah. He almost played a nothing shot, didn't he?
yeah, it's a bit of a sketchy one there, that's for sure.
Yeah. What I mean by back yourself is just put your cue through it and stun across the face.
There's some edgy
This
pull out there.
This ain't nailed on.
Gonna have to play the yellow at the top, I think now. Play this with left hand side.
Lovely shot, man. Lovely shot. Yeah, that's beautiful, man.
Still needs to land straight, doesn't he? Straight-ish.
Yeah.
So you can just play the 8 in the middle.
Yeah, you heard something that's beautiful there, Matt. I'm not sure if it's beautiful.
He's okay, I think.
I think he's come a little bit too far.
Can you not just push it through, touch the side?
No,
the double.
No, he can't. I didn't think he could. If you look at the overhead,
Even if he plays into the yellow. No, I don't know.
it's been a bit of a frame, this one.
Yeah, pressure doesn't matter.
Oh my word!
Come on, JC.
He left himself nowhere on the yellow anyway.
Well, we're getting some mileage out of this frame.
Yeah. These are actually the frames I prefer to watch. Boring when people clear up all the time.
Yeah, yeah. So certainly an intriguing battle now.
Doesn't want a double kiss. Oh, just stuck him out.
He's left a bit out.
Yeah, he's double kissed him out. They're actually a lot harder to play than they look, them shots. Do you think he gets this, Tony? It's almost as a shot to nothing as well, isn't it?
Yeah, you want to play it with enough pace just to get the cue ball into the middle of the table.
Yeah.
Tough part.
Wow.
Played it too well.
Yeah, it's one of them you want to leave the white in the pocket, the yellow in the pocket, but hide the red as well.
Yeah.
Just hear Sean Sharkey saying then take the roof off the place here.
Yeah.
This is a bit of a smelly one, isn't it?
Well, it goes in both bottom corners.
I think you played the other way as a bit of a coward's way out. So you get the bag if you miss.
Ooh.
No, that's never the shot.
Miles away. Absolutely miles away.
Just give the game money. Stun the red off the yellow, maybe? If it doesn't fancy it.
Certainly gone very edgy out there.
Chat.
Just made the red.
Play that one.
Come on, JC. Come on, mate.
No, don't like it.
No, I just don't. I still think there's mileage in this frame.
That nice.
Yeah, that's a good shot.
Cue that good.
Yep. Just put your cue through it, keep your head down.
Yeah, keep your head still and just push through.
Oh, I thought he missed it. I did think he missed that one then. Well, Wells are level.
Somehow.
Yeah, there's been a lot of missed balls in that frame.
Will Osborne's on now. They've left Ross done out again. It's very strange, this. I think he's top of their stats.
I just think both of these teams are going to have a hard job with Malta later tonight.
I agree.
I think Malta look more accomplished than the pair of them.
Yeah,
even though
they fancy
load
the
of
job.
pros.
They fancy the job, don't they?
Yeah. They're certainly making less mistakes and they're very gung-ho. They go for everything and you just know the noise is going to be
go mad, yeah.
But we're yet to be any nearer a winner here or have any clear favourite in this semi-final.
Soon find out, Pop.
Indeed. Island Wells locked at 3-3.
That's a good break. Deserve a ball when you hit them that well. And these are nice.
Wales have upped the volume.
Yeah, you hit them nice.
He might have been a little bit worried when he saw the cue ball going towards that corner and a couple of balls going up, because a lot of times the balls can cannon the cue ball into the corner bag. So Osborne going to take on the Reds. It's okay. This is a great chance, Jordan.
Well, you can't ask him for much easier. That's for sure. Does he run this off too? The red in the middle? He didn't play like that, I know that. Because the white throws so wide first.
He's happy where he's landed because that could have ended up.
He's actually been really lucky.
If he could have been bridging over that ball.
Yeah, he could have been in no man's land.
At least now he's got full control of the cue ball.
Yeah, exactly. That red on the middle needs to be his last ball, doesn't it?
Yeah, I think.
Run through, try and get straight as you can.
See, I'd screw back a little bit and try and leave a little angle to screw up.
Yeah, but he had like a
not
weird
far
angle, didn't he?
Well, he's okay. Well, he runs this in and plays one up the rail anyway.
Yeah, long's not really. Playing on this table is not really.
Yeah.
It's a ball you should get.
I look at him being greedy.
Basically every time.
Yeah. Yeah, because he's got to do nothing with the cue ball. He
No,
drops it and he just drops it in.
Dolly it in, yeah. Oh no,
He's okay. You can see
I
it.
thought he was going a bit too far.
This is literally just tap it in.
Happy Gilmore style.
Yeah, give it a little tap, tap, tap-a-roo.
Tap-a-roo. You killed Chirps. He can obviously play because he got to the quarters of the Masters yesterday. A bit awkward bridging now. No, he peppered
He
it.
played it at pace. Wow.
Not for him rolling ball, sir.
No, that was a confident shot. And this frame will complete the first session of 7 as well.
Just been told Ross did play. McQuillan dished him. So sorry, Ross. Good finish by Will though. In the end.
Yeah, solid, very solid.
Nice. 4-3. Take that from 3-1 down.
Wales now lead Ireland by 4 frames to 3.
Interesting to see what comes out here.
Yeah.
Because they might put Cousins on second because of the break.
Well, you've got to. I think it's
yeah.
a weapon.
1,000,000%.
That's your exocet missile.
Yeah.
Not only that, you get the break in if it doesn't go right. He's got the fear factor out there as well.
Exactly,
so he's scared to play him.
So he's got the double bubble chance.
Well, Ireland are going out with their man that broke a dish last time, Dave McQuillan. Bit of urgency now required on the Irish team. We're just looking at the dancer feet that's come out. That looks like Cole Bedford. So Dave McQuillan, such an important break.
Broke well. They've come out well. Oh, he done. It must be a common thing for him to do that. White's gone.
Oh.
They're nice as well. They're good. It's obviously somebody practices that break to get it to go low, and then
He's looking, he knows.
yeah, seen the bad news, didn't he? He's out again, yeah, isn't he? Just pick your pattern and away you go. Needs to slow. Perfect.
That's absolutely fine.
Leave the red on the bag for your last ball.
Yeah. You don't have to, you can actually...
Pick one of these reds off, then
Yeah.
play around it. Landed a little bit awkward, yeah.
He does this though, Cole.
Yeah, he seems to get out, but yeah, he's played. Say touch shot, screw off the yellow, but then this is a bit tricky. This no.
Cue ball. Very close. It's made this a bit harder than it should have been. Looks a bit excitable.
Yeah.
That's a great part.
You don't have pots and balls with the boy.
Has he
I
stopped
think
short
he's-
enough?
He's gone too far, I think. He needs to smash. If he's gone too far, he needs to play the red off the yellow in the middle. He needs to smash it to get the reaction.
Not the little Dinkwood side.
Nah, I think the red off the yellow is probably an easier shot. I don't like the dink with it. Nah, he needs to play. Yeah, you've seen it. That's the shot call. Depends how much of a dink it is, I suppose.
Well, he's playing your shot, Jordan.
Oh,
No,
he's
he
gone
isn't.
long. Ah, too much.
No.
It's unlucky.
Great part,
It's
though.
unlucky, but it's impossible to pot this now.
Mass off the bottom rail. Cue up vertical.
Yeah, good luck with that one. Be better than that shot Morris played.
Would.
You're almost better smashing then and try and double the red in the corner.
Yeah.
Try and give it some. I'd be tempted to get rid of these two at the bottom first. And leave them until your last balls. Just clear these two. Yeah, that's it. That's the better way of finishing up.
Yeah, I agree. Don't want to be having to get on them later in the finish.
No, exactly.
I'd like a bit more angle on this.
Yeah,
as well.
I would have played it short.
Yeah, left his cube on
Yeah,
stuck to
flat
the
on
bottom
back
rail,
of
mate. Yeah.
On the bottom rail, sorry. Yeah. Should still cause no problems, but you know when you hit your next ball, and now you've got to play this dead weight across the nap.
Yeah.
Yeah, now he's gone away from his work. Should still be okay, but no, just making life hard for yourself, isn't he? Dave using the old choke there.
Come on, lad.
Do you buy into the new choke stuff much, Tony?
Nope.
Not bothered.
Don't play enough shots to warrant it. Still use white chalk that I use on a dartboard.
From school.
Yeah.
Oh no. Oh no.
He's made this a way harder than this should have been as well.
This is all from the first shot.
Yeah.
Just creeping towards the 15 seconds a shot as well.
See, just watching them both, you know, getting edgier and edgier, just convinces me more that Malta's just going to be
A bit too strong. Been lucky there. I don't think he's left the shot.
No, I don't think you get a double. I think it pings too wide.
Yeah. There's not enough time for it to straighten back up, is there?
No.
Double kiss you're looking at, sir?
I was going to say, you could play this, hit the bottom on the cue ball and double kiss it into the round, pull it back straight towards the cue ball. Well,
It's in the middle.
he's
It's
not,
in.
is he?
It's in.
That's close, it's
It's
in. Oh my word.
But now I generally think the safety shot is the shot. Thin off the black, left hand side, pop the yellow, push, try and snooker him with the black.
So you play loss of turn, is that
Loss
your
of
shot?
turn, yeah.
Do you think his adrenaline's too much? He's going to play
He's
length of the table
just
double?
Gonna absolutely leather it. But
Cue ball.
the white! Oh
Oh my word. Unbelievable frame of pull. That's unreal. It's his reaction when he knows the cue ball's about to go, and he's doing the old, he feels sick. Oh, poor old Cole Bedford. Unbelievable. Well, we've seen some unbelievable pull shots. Some of these shots are from the circus.
Say what you really mean, Tom.
Oh, it's unbelievable. I mean, and it's normally Cole playing them.
Yeah.
Sean Sharkey's out. Match level once again.
So who's out for Wales? Cousins, is it? Over the left, Cousins till the end.
We don't know until
Oh yeah, Tom's
there
out.
he
Yeah,
is.
sorry, Tom, ignore me.
Must be Wales to break.
Yeah, Big Thomas to break. The steam train's coming.
You watch this go dry after what happened there.
Nah, I don't know.
You were shaking your head.
No.
I just think that sometimes the
Pool gods.
the pool gods work very mysteriously.
Yeah, maybe. Maybe you're
Like
right.
in off or a dry break.
Nah, I just don't see it.
Okay. Well, you don't see it now. Well, I'll tell you what you don't see. You don't see Sean Sharkey coming to the table.
It's like I was saying this earlier. It's unbelievable. Comes to tables with no work to do it. Basically every frame.
Even the pool gods can't stop Tom Cousins.
He's too strong. Like Superman.
And not even kryptonite would stop Tom.
If he'd have travelled a little bit further there, he could have been in a touch of bother, but he's just okay there.
Yeah, just stopped up quick enough.
Yeah. These are obviously gone again. Ain't missing these.
No.
Never in a month of Sundays. Just land to love to land straight down it. Not that it matters too much anyway, but just land straight on this next yellow, just to save the work. Always gotta go though.
He still gets on it perfectly.
Still plump it in. If he lands if he lands short there, then he could have caused an issue for himself. But
It's like being able to play your joker when you can bring him out on the break shot.
yeah, it's your gin card, isn't it?
Yeah.
Go on, Thomas. Get us another frame, pal. Just hear someone saying, then it's just not fair anymore, Tom.
Well,
as good as Tom is as well, the whole team will obviously be feeding off him. They'll be lifting their level as well. Just having him around and playing. Yeah, never no doubt. Nice finish, Tom.
Cousins puts Wales 5-4 in front.
7 minutes and 24 left. Enough time for 2, maybe 3 frames tops, depends on how these go.
I think what Wales would like is to win this next frame and then start clock managing.
Yeah, drop the anchor.
That's it. I like that.
Especially at team pool.
Ireland sending in Ben Doyle.
Be interested. Dempsey must be out next. So I've got it wrong again.
Well, you don't know because they could have changed their order. So sometimes what's on that sheet, if they did it at the start, they're allowed to change after the first session.
Yeah.
So that's Oli Bale sat in a chair for Wales. And Ben Doyle for Ireland. Oli's been out of sorts, so you make Ben Doyle a big favourite for this frame, and he's made a ball off the break as well.
Well, he's a big favourite after them. Good night to them.
Come on, Benji. Come on, lad. Let's finish strong here. Come on.
Play the long red first now. Yeah, this is fine actually. Fancy a miss from your T-bomb.
No, you'd like to think he'll get these. Ben Doyle been playing very, very well indeed.
Just, he's very measured, isn't he? Oh, take it back.
I'll tell you, he's got away with that one.
Oh, well, touch. Oh, that is a touch.
Wow, stop it.
Yeah, that was heading for the bottom
No
jaw.
man's land.
It was. Two red to the bottom next.
Yeah. Then leave your choice of 2 really. Corner or middle.
Come on, Ireland.
You see where he's having a look. A little bit right hand side on his cue as he pops it along on rail.
Oh, he's gone a bit sharp, isn't he? Does that red go in the middle, yeah?
I think they both go.
Oh, right, okay, I'll take it back then.
He's fine.
I thought he'd peppered it then. Yeah.
Quick fire frame for Ireland, and they're going to go
Just
back
what
level
they needed,
again.
Yeah, that's right.
In an ideal world, who would you have as your pair for both teams in the 6-ball shootout?
Good question. Dempsey'd be in my team for Ireland. And you'd probably have to say Ben with how steady he is.
But it has to be the first player you've nominated, plus the one that was coming next.
So it'll be Stevie on it. Stevie and...
Yeah, the only way it goes to the 2 players you nominated if the match was tied at the end of all the frames.
At the end of it, yeah. Don't know, you'd have to stick Cousins out, wouldn't you? I know he doesn't like 6 reds, but he's got more experience than anyone in that team. Now then, this isn't...
Stevie Dempsey
On the hammer.
for Ireland. Getting tense. Looking for a place in the final to join Malta. Jonathan Coleman coming out for Wales. You have to make Dempsey the big favourite on this frame.
Yeah, but... Can't happen now.
You're right there, Jordan. You're losing your mind.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think what happened in that first frame Jonathan played. Did he have first chance or something? Can't remember. Slept since then.
I don't think you'd sleep watching this. 5 minutes 20 on the clock.
There's been
match locked at 5 each.
4 off the break so far though.
Coleman to break.
Oh, second.
Stevie Dempsey's out of his chair and he's got to sit back in it.
Third touch. These reds are on the pocket as well, by the way. Watch this red in the middle.
I like Stevie.
1,
Stevie getting
2,
out.
3, 4.
Stevie's out the chair, look. He's back in it again.
Where you off, pal? Sit down.
Well, these reds are laid out perfectly for Jonathan Coleman.
We say unmissable, but there's been a few times when...
Well, it's the pressure out there. This
that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Nothing is unmissable here.
They're all one-frame deciders, aren't they?
Yeah, exactly. And he's... I don't know, I'm not convinced, I don't know. I'll tell you in a second.
He's certainly going in the middle next.
Yeah, but he's running into trouble here.
Irish manager. Oh, you ready?
He's running into bother. He has to jack up.
Ooh.
Yeah, you have to jack up there. Screw through it.
Well,
was never going anywhere then. It's a bit of a strange shot, really.
The thing is Stevie Dempsey knows how to manage a frame.
Yeah. No doubt in my mind he's gone, and he will kill every single second available as well.
Yeah, this is exactly who Ireland wants at the table in this position.
This is who you want out, yeah, you 1,000,000%. He won't mess these up.
The hammer. Stevie Dempsey. Ireland's #1 player. And like you say, Jordan, if he can run these in the longest time possible,
which he will.
If he could eat away, what, a minute and a half off the clock?
I think he goes longer than that.
I'm trying to add it up now. This is where I'm not going to put Rachel Riley out of work.
7 15s. So it's 75. No, what was it? No, 105 seconds.
By the time we've figured it out, the game will be over.
My maths is right normally.
Anyway.
Minute and 45. Anyway, put it that way. Minute and 45. But with the cue ball moving as well. I think there'll be a minute left by the time he's done.
Yeah, would you do that? Would you get on the black and pot it and then screw the cue ball around the table to
whiz the cue ball?
Yeah, right.
Just run it with loads of side.
Yeah. Eat up another 3 seconds.
Took a gamble.
Well, I'll tell you what. I'm not sure. Yeah, I don't think he can get through. That was a strange one. You're shaking your head.
No time.
No, it's not
wide.
Oh my word.
Oh my word.
You cannot believe what you've just seen then from Dempsey.
Crazy to think.
It's spooky. It's like the table's haunted. Jonathan Coleman, he's just got to get the cue ball. I'd have pumped
short.
this.
I would have gone round.
I'd have gone all the way to bulk.
Put your cue through. Just
all the way
send
to
it
bulk.
round. Loads of side.
All the way to bulk. You have a rolling in the middle, the black goes in his bottom left-hand corner, game over.
Well, I'm glad I seen that way as well.
Well.
Oh,
cue ball.
Oh my word.
Ugh.
A minute and 20 left.
This is unbelievable. Look at the Welsh. Dempsey's up. He thinks he's lost, and he has. And look at Jonathan Coleman.
Stevie.
Yeah. Stevie will be absolutely gutted.
The good thing is they've got in their
That's
favour.
that's a hard one to take, isn't it?
Yes.
I mean, we've given Stevie the frame.
Yeah, well, it was a foregone conclusion, mate, in my eyes.
I mean, you're looking at odds, what, 1 to 33? Something like that?
Well, you won't want to be laying anything, really, because you think you do your doing.
Well, what a moment for Lee McSharry.
Yeah.
He's got to come out.
His break as well.
And get his frame. And he's playing Andy Williams.
How much do you think he'd give for a golden break?
Oh. Yeah, don't put me through the middle. Just let me put the black. off the break, I can go and sit down quite happily. No
It's
pressure.
It's your job, pal. All the best.
Yeah. How do you feel with Golden Duck?
I actually want to see the 6 red, so let's see a ball off the break.
What have we got? 1 minute 25 on the match clock. What's at stake is a place in the final tonight against Malta. Wales are on the edge. Ireland need a straight.
Minute and 25 is plenty, though.
It is, if you get the right break.
Yeah, exactly. Needs a ball. Needs a ball. Yeah, they've won. Well done, Wales.
Well.
Well done, Wales.
Unlucky Liam at Sharry. It's a really good split as well.
Yeah, he hit them well.
I mean, he thinks he's got the one in the middle. He can't believe it.
No love.
No, that's a really good break, so I feel sorry for the young man there. He couldn't give that any better, off the break.
Just all asked Andy. Well, Andy's won now. With Team Wales have won.
Yeah, he's used his extension, as you know he would.
Yeah.
Waste an extra 15 seconds. I'll play the plant, me. Didn't matter, but I'm just... Mind you, no, I haven't said that. He's stuck on the draw a bit. I'll take that back, Andy. I forgive you. Yeah, we're now going to see Wales go through to the final.
It's been great drama, though.
It has. It's been. I mean, the Cole Bedford doubling in off. That was incredible, wasn't it? And Stevie Dempsey's fall over there at the end. You just think, wow. I mean, it could have gone any way. This match. It could. It really could.
Well, it was definitely topsy-turvy.
And I concede the clock has run out, and it's Wales who will be in the final to join Malta later this evening. Andy Williams completes the job, didn't have to finish the frame. Wales defeat Ireland 6 frames to 5, and we'll see them in a dramatic final later tonight. Don't go away, we'll be back with more.
Boy, it's dramatic, isn't it? The semi-finals are over. We have our 2 finalists. It will be Wales joining Malta. Tom Cousins, John Coleman join me to discuss that one. Boys, that was down to the wire. The 2 semi-finals were so close. TC, usually the coolest man in the house when it's just yourself under that sort of pressure, but when you've got your teammates out there, it's altogether a different experience. What was that like in the final couple of frames?
Yeah, that was quite nerve-wracking, to be fair. I mean, we had a couple of chances we probably should have took as a team, but Cole missed a couple of chances which he wouldn't normally. But big JC picking us out of trouble again.
Yeah, well, what a finish, mate. That was it was a big moment in the match, and you could tell from the let-off afterwards the amount of pressure you're obviously feeling taking that one out.
Yeah, it was, if I'm honest with you, that's Sean Sharkey reaction. It's something he's done to us many times, so I just thought I'd give a little bit back, to be fair. I'm sure we'll have another go in the playoffs if we play them. So, it was a really good game. Ireland are a great side. Always play with passion and pride, and it was just a great result, to be fair, for us.
Yeah, it absolutely was. And through to a final, obviously, World Team final last year, World Team Shootout final this year. It's sort of tracking in the right direction for this Welsh squad, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, you look at the players we brought in Cole and Oli, and then Will's came through the qualifier, and I've played in local league Will for years, and he's fantastic. He's won so many local titles, and he's played fantastic. I mean, he hasn't, Tom? He's been brilliant this week.
Yeah.
So, he's been a massive addition to the side as well. So,
what were you thinking when Stevie comes to the table in that final frame? Are you chalking your cue ready for the 6 red shootout?
Well, I wasn't looking forward to it because I think it was me and Andy Williams. So
you'd have had to do some heavy lifting there.
We wouldn't have been the quickest pair around the table, but luckily, like I say, John, great. I know it only just sneaked in, but great under pressure and great black.
Yeah, it was. That red was tight. Did you have a heart in the mouth moment?
It never stopped moving, but when I looked up, the white was going towards the middle, and it's just caught the knuckle. Cole's caught the knuckle and went in. Mine caught the knuckle and came out. So, it's one of those that on another day could have dropped in, but for me today it didn't, and it ran nice and straight on the black. So.
You're into a fantastic final, probably the 2 loudest teams in the competition, which always makes for a good shootout final. Looking forward to it?
Yeah, it'd be a great final. Malta, is it?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah. No, they've
so focused on the team. You're not worried about the other semi-final. I respect that, TC.
they've got a fantastic side. To be fair, they've got some top players. So be another tough match, but we beat Northern Ireland and Ireland, so there's no reason why we can't beat them.
Well, looking forward to it, boys. We're going to go and let you get ready in just a moment because it is coming up for you very, very shortly. When we come back, we'll do a quick preview, and then it is time to get the match on. The final is set. It will be Malta versus Wales when we come back. Welcome back, everybody. Simon Webb, Jordan Shepherd have rejoined me in the studio as we look ahead to our final. Malta versus Wales is set. Quiet has descended on the arena behind us, but I promise you in around about 10 minutes the volume will be ratcheted up by about tenfold. So what a performance from Wales. They've gone about it the hard way. Northern Ireland first round, a real battle then against Ireland in the semis, and they've got Malta in the final. If they're going to win it, it's going to have to do it the hard way, but great performance there.
Yeah, they did. They took out some really good finishes under pressure, but we were in here, the noise was incredible, the pressure was incredible, and right now you've got to feel for Stevie Dempsey. He had the match won basically for his country, and unusual error for Stevie, but credit Wales, the finish they put on the top of that was good. They look strong, they look united, and they've got a massive cheat code in Tom Cousins because they're starting the match 2-0 up. Yeah, it seems to be the way. Sheppy, I wanted to ask you're on comms for that one, and when Stevie's at the table with 3 minutes left and a sort of an open enough finish,
yeah,
you and Tony were sort of saying, well, this is done. We've seen him do this so many times before. He's such a reliable finisher anyway, but his experience with the clock is what set him apart. When he won that Champions League a couple of years ago, it was light years ahead of anybody else. How surprised were you to see him break down?
He played the ball in the middle off another ball, and I didn't see it coming, to be honest. He was a little bit unlucky, but anytime you play, obviously a cannon like that, you are relying on a touch of luck because you don't know exactly where the balls are going to land.
Would you, if you were going to play that, would you have played it much earlier so that you had balls to be on at the
top?
top?
Leave yourself options, because if you do get a little bit of bad luck like you did. But the way he played the plant was strange as well, because he completely butchered it.
Yeah.
Obviously,
I'm assuming like he was caught in two minds with it in a way.
But to me, it just shows you the pressure. He's held his nerve in so many major tournaments, but you throw the shootout and playing for your country and that sort of atmosphere, and all of a sudden the pressure is completely different. And one of the absolute best at handling the pressure didn't handle the pressure. Yeah, it just goes to show. And Stevie was obviously absolutely gutted after that. You got a feel for Ireland. It's always a tough defeat, and that's the nature of shootout pool. When you get those moments, it's brilliant for the winner, but it's the thrill and the agony of sport, isn't it? It's brutal for Ireland. It is. It's what we love watching, though, isn't it? We love watching great players. Love seeing the drama. Nothing is unmissable in this sort of format, it really is, and you just didn't know until the ball had fallen in whether it was actually going to go in because the pressure is so tough out there. Well, to that point, John Coleman's red was pumped up the table. I must admit, I watched this one live. I was watching it from the studio just behind me. I didn't think it was going to go in. It just rolled in. It was close, wasn't it? Yeah, any harder than obviously Stevie would have got away with one again. But no, and you're probably better off putting your cue through him instead of just trying to baby him in. You probably are just better off doing what you've done. And if you're nervous and you're trying to just like float one in, you can really decel on it, and then it can go horribly wrong. So if you punch through, it just does make it a little bit easier to cue well. But obviously, you're asking the pockets to take it as well. He hit like a break, to be fair to him. Yeah. So. Good pot. Well, I was going to say, if as you say, if he'd babied that in on the same line, it probably just falls in, doesn't it? But the fact that he absolutely pumped it in there, it took a bit of taking. A great final lined up though, because I mentioned it just a moment ago. The two loudest teams that are here, which always feels like a good battle in the shootout. But Malta have. It feels like they've made a little bit of a rod for their own backs a little bit. Gary and Dale were in here after the semi-final, and Gary in particular so confident about his team, and the self-confidence is really, really palpable. But when you sort of put that out there, I don't know if it's maybe a slightly different thing. I don't think us quiet, shy English people would dream of doing that, but it's out there, and all of a sudden you're there to be shot at a little bit, aren't you? Yeah, I mean, the minute you say that, you are, but I mean, I'm all for it. The confidence they have, they are really confident players. Jordan, said earlier on, they play one way, they go all out, and that probably does stop them from coming into these tournaments with real opportunity to sort of be favoured for these tournaments. But when you get into the shootout, then it is about those moments. It's about being aggressive, taking your chances when they come along, and they will always back themselves, and that's what makes them so exciting.
Yeah, they had to come from behind in their semi-final, but do you think if they end up behind early against Wales, is it a different proposition compared to France?
I don't think so. What do you think, John?
I think with the longer format, they're going to have a chance to relax a bit more. Short, obviously, the format in the semis wasn't exactly short, but it was shorter, and I think just with the longer format, they'll have that little bit less pressure.
Yeah, worth talking about the longer format because it does extend out into the final side.
It does. We're going to 70 minutes and it's an extra 7 frames as well, although the number of frames doesn't matter as much in terms of we tend to see the match be a big factor, the match clock be a big factor, but yeah, an extra few minutes, well, we'll be up to 70, so an extra 20 minutes and an extra 7 frames. I do think it makes a difference. It means players can play 3 times, depending on how the match goes. For example, Tom Cousins might get out there for a 3rd frame. That could be a factor as well. For me, it'd be interesting to see how Malta set up, because as much as I'm joking about Tom being a cheat code, he isn't, but he has had 4 frames in the tournament so far, and all 4 of them were clearances from the break. 1 reverse and 3 break clearances. I thought Ireland made a mistake. They sent out Stevie Dempsey. That Wales will tell you they're going to send out Tom first. That we know that. So do Malta send out somebody else first and then go with their 3, because we know what they want to do with their 3 and 4 players. So do they just slide them all down 1, let Tom play and almost make that a free hit, and then but if Wales win the lag and Tom goes out and break clears, and you've put up Dehan, who's one of your gun players, and he doesn't get a chance at the table, you're kind of missing a trick, because that happened in the first set against with Stevie not getting a shot.
Yeah, it did, and I suppose those sorts of tactics can come in, but I suppose on the flip side of that, Jordan, if you say put Dehan out first and Tom Cousins breaks dry, all of a sudden a great chance to land a bit of a psychological blow early.
It's a big if though, isn't it? Tom breaking dry.
I think probably the biggest if in pool at the moment, isn't it?
I'm with Simon. I'd be sticking the lamb out for the slaughter.
To be honest with you, but I think what I would do is I'd go to one of the younger lads in the team and say, look, you've got an opportunity. This is a free hit. The pressure isn't on you here. Everyone's expecting Tom to win. You go out there and make a name for yourself, and you beat Tom. You're a hero. If you don't, it's no bother. Our big guns are coming in straight after you. We've got you covered, and I think that might work. The other thing I'd be looking at if I was Malta, I'd want to win the lag. I might give away the break. I know that sounds rogue, but I might give away the break, because you have to pick your team first. So if they know you're going to send Tom out, give away the break and let Tom have it, but then you've got the break to favour your best breakers. Might be a way to go.
There's some interesting tactics that could be used. I don't think they will. I think Malta will just say, no, we're going to win.
This is how we do it.
We're going to beat them anyway. I don't care who you are, kind of thing. And that's the way they think.
That has been the attitude that they've taken all the way through the tournament. It has been an element of, we don't care who you are, we're going to play our way and show you we're better.
It's the biggest counter-argument for it, and if Malta go out there first and Dayham, reverse clears or break clears against Tom, all of a sudden Wales's big gun has been neutralised, and Malta will gain so much out of that. So that's the argument for not changing it. Keep it as it is, back your players to beat them, and see what happens.
How important is atmosphere going to be in this final, Sheppy, do you reckon? You've been out here, you've sampled the Welsh and the Maltese noise. It's going to get loud, and it seems to spur both of them on.
Yeah, obviously the Welsh support's been good, but Maltese, I think, they're kind of unbreakable. Unless France nearly did break them, obviously going into that lead, and if they were to nick the frame to go 4-0, then that would have been curtains. But they just give them a little bit of lifeline, and they run with it. But yeah, they just don't stop. To be fair to them, Maltese, they are hard work.
I also think that the Maltese will feed off that noise a little bit more than the Welsh. I think there may be 1 or 2 players in the Welsh side that might just go a little bit more reserved with the noise that's out there, and almost it's a big stage, and can they cope with that? Whereas I think all the Maltese players want that. They want to be right in it.
A large proportion of the Maltese players have played in 2 shootout finals by now.
Well, exactly.
They've been beaten both times. The first time it wasn't close against Northern Ireland. The second time it was a bit closer. Yeah. But with all due respect to Wales, this isn't a super team of Northern Irish where you're struggling to find a matchup where you can win. This feels like a pretty relatively even matchup on paper.
Yeah, on paper you can't separate. So why not look at things like the noise, like how much spirit you've got in the team, how much you support your team, how much you believe in each other. And for me, I said this earlier on, I said right at the beginning of the day, I feel like Malta are a team of brothers. I feel like they will fight amongst themselves. There'll be some squabbling, but when that lag happens, they are united and they are bonded, and that will not stop until the final ball's spotted.
Well, that's what it's all about. Almost time for it then. It is exciting. In not too long an amount of time, this lovely trophy next to us is going to end up in either a Maltese or a Welsh hand, and we're about to find out just who that will be. The World Team Shootout Final, Malta versus Wales, is next. Alright then, almost time to rumble in the World Team Shootout Final. Malta versus Wales. Who have you got? It is a long format. Who's winning it?
This is the first time all day I've been really torn on this one. Is it third time lucky for Malta, or are things happening for Wales? I mean, some of the things we've seen happen, a lot of them with Chaos Cole at the table.
He's had a day, hasn't he?
He has had a day. He's had a day of drama. I've called a 6 red already today. I think we will see one. I think we have one in the women's final. Why not? Let's see one in the final here, and who knows what's going to happen. But 6 red.
Can you split him, Cheppy?
He's just 6 red daft, Simon.
I have. It's the third time I've called it.
You eventually get it in right.
Yeah.
I don't know. I just think Malta are going to have a little bit too much.
It should be a fantastic final. Wales are just starting to file in behind us to get this final underway. It should be an absolute cracker. Both teams have played brilliantly all day, but in the final, something has to give. It's Wales's first shootout final. It is Malta's third. Will it be third time lucky for the Maltese, or will the Welsh train derail them? It's time to get underway. It's Wales versus Malta. Mark Shepherd is on commentary, joined by Simon Webb.
Welcome into the arena. This is the moment we've been waiting for all day. Two of the most entertaining teams in the tournament, Malta against Wales in the World Team Shootout Final. Malta had a bit more time to think about this. They made their progress through in the first semi-final. Wales have just completed that nail-biting victory over Ireland. Straight off the table, quick break, then straight back out there. Adrenaline still running sky high. Entertainment all the way though. We were promised drama with this shootout, and the Welsh team have been delivering that in spades. This is probably the most entertaining final lineup we could have had. Malta, it's all about the all-out attack. Wales got a real spectrum of players. We've got Tom Cousins, 2 times world champion, just goes out there, breaks and clears every time. And we've got the likes of Chaos Cole Bedford, who brings absolute drama with him wherever he goes. Simon's running from the studio. Very hard one, as you were saying, out there to call, isn't it?
It is a really tough one to call, and I just don't know what's going to happen here. I think I've had a good inkling all day long what I was expecting, and I even thought, I wasn't surprised to see Wales beat Northern Ireland. Just felt that they were just one of those. They might be up for it in that sort of way, and obviously everything went their way in that match, and they did get over the line. But here, I just don't know. I think we could be in for an absolute treat, and obviously you can see the 70 minutes, so we're in for a longer match as well. I said tongue-in-cheek that Wales have the cheat code that is Tom Cousins. He has made 4 out of 4 clearances from the break in the tournament so far. And here he goes again.
Make that 5.
Yeah.
It's a pretty good first break. I think that goes without saying from Tom. The man in the chair for Malta, Owen Amato, not had the best tournament for the team. Only 6 frames, 1 from 22 appearances in the World Team Championship so far. But took Chris Melling very close the other night. And had a good run as well in the Masters. Looks a very dangerous opponent. I don't think those stats completely do him justice.
I like the decision though from Malta. I really do. I mean, just throw someone out there, and if he gets a chance at the table, Tom's got the break and he breaks at such a high percentage, then you're not going to get to the table. Why waste one of your big gun players? So I really like it. Said that in the studio, and I sort of stand by it.
Yeah, in fact they've done pretty much exactly the thing you said as well. They've sent out a sort of young gun player. This is a guy that was almost a giant killer over Chris Melling the other evening. Exactly the kind of person you want. Might not have a chance, but if he does, could come up with something big. Tom, though, is doing what Tom does. He's broken beautifully. He's going beautifully through the clearance so far. Tom's just getting involved in none of the drama I think he sees the funny side of having Cole Bedford in his team, and they clearly get on well, but just none of that with Tom, is there? It's all business when he's at the table.
I mean, I watched that last match with an awful lot of top players around me. You know, some of the Northern Irish team were there watching, enjoying the action. First time they've not been involved in the final, and they were like, "Oh, it'd just be nice to see Tom have some work to do." And I do get it as a top player. I mean, he's had 5 really nice chances in the tournament today, but he has not put a foot wrong in any of them. There's other people in the tournament today that have had similar level chances and have gotten a complete mess over it. You're just never going to get that with Tom.
No, and it's the fact he's played so well, it's making these chances look absurdly easy. This is the level he's got himself to over the last few months. And even though slightly off angle on that last red, had to hold position and just did it completely effortlessly. I mean, that looked like the simplest clearance going, but only really because he broke so well and then kept such good position.
So smooth for the number 1, isn't it? Just big break, clear him up. That's 4 break clearances and a reverse clearance. And he very much is got Wales on his back, and he's carrying them forward here. And that's the other big thing. If this match goes quickly, you know, and we do get to the 3rd rotation of players, then he gets up there for a 3rd frame as well, and that could be a factor, especially if we're in a close stage in the match.
That's the advantage of having him out first. He's the most likely to get 3 frames.
And now Malta send out the man that has been leading off for them in the competition all the way, Dejan Gretchen. Very good player, former European champion, former Ultimate Pool Pro. It's I like what they've done. You're giving Dejan the break. I mean, he's got to make a ball to make it worth it, but he's not going to.
Gave the break everything. Got his whole body through that one. Up for Wales, one of the wild card players, Oli Bale. Another one that drama just seems to follow him around. One of the most experienced players in the Welsh team. Played a lot of team pool over the years. Knows exactly what this 1 frame format's all about. More famous a lot of the time for his antics, like his one-handed pool, but I like to think he's going to use both hands to complete this clearance.
He's cut a very frustrated figure today. He's obviously very pleased that he's in the final with his team, but he's not really been able to be a factor for his team. I think he won a frame in the first match, but I think he's just sat there, and I think he's had a couple of chances get away, and he's also had a couple be cleared up on him as well. And he's just been out there for the matches, and I've not been on commentary, and he has been very frustrated. Well, he might be frustrated again.
He always wears his heart on his sleeve, but he's got something to display to us about that one. That was a poor miss. Dan would have been annoyed at that dry break because he's got a reasonably decent split. Immediately invited back to the table.
2 lows on the right hand side, one nearest the cushion. Where are you going with that one? And does the one just inside that go to the corner? Does go to the middle, obviously. And the only balls to really give too much consideration to. The rest are very nice. Although he couldn't get close to the next ball with that angle.
These two play in a fairly similar style, and that their cue ball isn't always immaculate, but their shot making is pretty good to make up for it. Do you just feel with Dan that if you just slightly improve his positional play, it'd be pretty much unplayable? Great shot maker, but just cue ball often flying around the table. I mean, there, good example of it. He had the right line for that cannon, but got into it a bit firmly. So he's got both the yellows out, but he's going to have to go and retrieve that one that he's knocked to the top of the table. Some players try and play very precise position and avoid cannons. Diane's always been pretty happy to have the cue ball travelling around the table. He has to play a few cannons along the way, why not? This Maltese team is just built for this shootout format. It's just so incredibly entertaining. Like to go after everything very quickly. Definitely not ones to get involved in a safety game when they don't have to.
Very good. A couple more rolls would be ideal. That's not bad. He can still drop this in, and I think he'll go centre. It could go corner. Depends how. You'd have to be right behind it. It could go corner. Might end up straight in left centre. Either way, he's got really good chance here.
He's played a lot of doubles already today. It's been his kind of cheat code for getting out of trouble. Oh, this is a bit awkward. Hasn't got much to do with the cue ball, but cueing directly over that red. Shouldn't be a problem, but this is the kind of shot when you're rolling across the middle of the table that you can't afford to flick any unwanted side on.
Big mistake from Dehan. That frame was 1. That's really poor. He's a better player than that.
Yeah, if that red's not there, there's no way that ever happens.
But if that was a danger, then float it round the other way.
Early bail, as ever. Straight down to play the shot, very quick. Never looks to be giving things much thought. A lot of nervous mannerisms at the table. That's not just the nerves of this situation. He always does that. Good shot there to negotiate the plant, but also load the cue ball up the side to get down for the ball at the bottom of the table. This is good from Oli. He's gone up the table for the ball that's isolated from the rest. Doesn't have to do too much with the cue ball because the other one's there waiting. Just screw this back slightly. Well, he may have been disappointed with his... Wow, it's not a great shot. I was going to say with his lack of involvement earlier on, but he's had a chance to make amends. The poorest shot he's played in this visit. Just needed to draw the cue ball back and this would have been unmissable. Now he's left himself with a bit of work to do. Well, in fact, he's had to play the double. And he's got a double. Made a simple finish look pretty difficult there, but that's what Oli does at times. The important thing is he's got the 8 ball down.
He'll be pleased just these gets to contribute. He's now feels a bit more part of it than he has done for the majority of the previous 2 matches. Doesn't really matter how he managed to do it, but he has done it. And Malta off to a sluggish start here. Obviously nothing you can do about that first frame, but Dehan missing a really big chance in that frame. I'll hand it over to the world champ. For how much longer we will find out. He's got his last 16 match tomorrow morning. Has Clayton Castaldi. But for now, the champion is coming out to try and get his team going.
Been a decent defence of his title so far. Such a good performance in Morocco. It's always going to be hard to emulate that again this year. Played pretty well over the week or so that he's been in Blackpool.
Chaos Cole Bedford out for Wales, and never has that nickname felt more correct than today. He has been absolute chaos. 8 ball. No. But it's a great chance here for Cole Bedford.
It's pretty much exactly the player you want for a shootout. Always some drama seems to follow him around. This format made to showcase his talents.
He is very talented, but his patterns can be all over the place at times. He can go all around the houses.
Very idiosyncratic style as well. When you see him cue up to the ball, he cues off to the side and then seems to straighten up at the point of impact. Still playing to a 30-second shot clock, but he's racing around the table.
Gives up so much when he's at the table. He's like the anti-Tom Cousins, isn't he? Tom is just, you never see an expression off him whatsoever. Cole is giving you so much at all times.
I feel with Tom, he's not hiding it. He was genuinely like that. There's just not much going on. He's just going around the table, keeping it simple. Whereas Cole, you can see everything he's thinking. Very good Kyrgios though. Don't be fooled by some of the drama that follows him around. He's a good player. That's why he's in this position. This is looking like a dream start for Wales so far.
Clayton looks to the skies. Nothing he can do if he doesn't get to the table. Simple 8-ball even from hampered queuing here for Cole Bedford.
From there, loading that last shot up with side, probably more than a lot of people would have used, but landed nicely.
Well, they were 3-0 down in the semi-final. They're 3-0 down again. Malta off to another sluggish start. Longer match though, so there is more time to turn things around, but I feel they need to get going, they need to get something on the board and get them vocal, get some positivity coming out of this Maltese team.
It really is, as you say, a carbon copy of that semi-final. France got off to a great start. Malta didn't look like they were doing anything at the beginning, and then suddenly it was all Malta for the next few frames. I'm very much going to hope the same thing happens here.
Ross Dunn comes out then for Wales. Didn't play in the match this afternoon, but did play earlier on, but all he got to do was watch his opponent clear up, which is tough, but unfortunately part of the game. He's been going very well this week though as Ross.
And the man at the table, Gary Carr for Malta, likes to lead his team from the front. Friends there though. I saw the interview before his first match, how much this all means to him. Such a great team spirit in that Maltese team. I think it does help with the overseas teams, the fact they've had to travel over a long way. They're all away from home. It means that their teammates become their family while they're here. Ross Dunn, first chance in play at the table. I can't quite believe what he's done there. He's looking mystified at the cue ball. Just didn't really get hold of that, so he's going to have to reroute up the table. Like that plant was sticking out and able to be taken, because I don't think that was what he'd played. Lots of traffic at the bottom of the table, but he's kind of done with this half once he spots this ball, so he's going to find a way to get the cue ball through a gap so he's got a shot at the top, and then he can work with the space he's got in the top half of the table. Flirting with danger, but all good. Can still see the ball he's trying to pot. Bit of extra pressure on him, the fact that he didn't play in that first round match, because he obviously wants to show that he's part of this team. Be happy enough with the results and the fact they're in this final, but everyone wants to feel like they're contributing to the team.
Yeah, essentially comes in to replace Zach Shepherd. Of course, they can make substitutions once we get to the 7th frame, but Zach obviously, he's been going well this week, but the mistake he made this afternoon was jarring, and I think that's why he's kind of taken a step backwards, and Ross is out there. Oh, is this too far? Oh, it's awkward again. No need to be anywhere near that far.
Just about to see the red to the top right, but no position. To reach over, quite awkward to get to this. He's just going to have to focus on potting the ball and take his medicine in terms of the position. A few of the team shouting things out. At the end of that last semi-final against Ireland, the amount of stuff that was being shouted out. It's getting very specific as well, some of the chants that were going on.
Is this Malta's chance? Just got a little bit loose there at the back end for Ross Dunn. I don't think there's anything to think about here for Gary Carr. I think it's time to go. Yes, you've got one on the cushion, but you should be absolutely plumb behind it and make a case for it being last ball, actually, with the 8 ball being where it is. But there's other balls you can play on off it. There should be no reason to not be right behind that ball.
If the red's safe somewhere, you might consider bumping that yellow out and playing a snooker, but with the red so close to the pocket, you just don't want to risk your opponent having a shot at it.
Or does this yellow go past the 8 ball to the corner? If it's in the centre, it's not the best.
Well, he's negotiated that. Still chasing position a little bit. As you say, the focus has to be to land straight on the ball up the left rail. Doesn't want to be cutting that with any kind of angle. And as a result, he's decided to bail out of this clearance. He's always guaranteed a good snooker there, but time will tell whether this is the right result, because if Ross comes out of the snooker and pots the red, it's not like a clever decision. Just looking at whether he wants to come up and down the table and come off the right side cushion into the red, or whether he wants to go directly into it. The focus is going to be on potting the ball, but he's also, if he's going to target that, he's got to think about position onto the 8 ball.
It's a good hit, but not what he was looking for. Red finishing right in the middle of the table. It does put a little bit of pressure here on Gary, but he should really get these now. No reason not to.
It's going to feel like the right decision now to promote the ball that was on the rail, because now he hasn't got any difficult pots. This is exactly the pattern of the semi-final against France. 3-0 down, bit of a scrappy 4th frame, then Malta get it in, suddenly start motoring. Position shot that, the 8 unmissable. We're 3-0 down, but Malta have got the frame they needed to open their account. Ross Dunn in first, but came up short in the last ball, slipped out of position and just left himself a bit too much to do in the end.
How big will that be? Try and limit the errors, take the frames when you get the chances. How big will that mistake be?
The shootout has been held 3 times. Malta has been in the final on every occasion. Be a fairly heartbreaking record if they were to go 3 finals and 3 losses. Even though, in a sense, that's quite a good record to have been so consistent as to keep making the final.
Malta have the luxury of sending out another world champion. This time it's a black ball world champion from 2014. Claudio Cassar. Andy Williams, the ultimate pool professional for Wales.
2 of the more measured players in the lineup. Don't think we'll see too many antics from either of them. They both play a fairly orthodox game. We've seen Andy a couple of times being tasked with essentially just running the clock down. Seems to have been the man that's at the table when Wales have had some kind of lead and hasn't necessarily needed to win the last frame. He's a big guy with a big break, but hasn't managed to find a ball.
He's been the, well, he is the skipper, but he's been there at the end of the matches, isn't he, today? He's gone out there just to run the clock down for 20 seconds here and there. It's been a nice, comfortable day for him.
Yeah, and he's in a way the right man for the job. I don't mean that in a pejorative way. It's just a level-headed guy that knows what needs to be done. You know, he's not going to do anything crazy. Claudio Cassara as well has looked very measured. It's quite a flamboyant team. There's a number of people in the team who really like to go for their shots. He looks like he's going to try and keep things a bit simpler.
Just a touch off straight the wrong way here. He would have loved an extra half a turn. That's why he just took a few extra seconds, but he can get through to the one at the top.
Helps the players to relax into this match, the fact that it is a longer race. Still 52 minutes remaining on the match clock. The earlier rounds have all been raced to 8. Now we're playing best of 21 frames, so a race to 11.
If he takes the red to the corner now, he's going to go into the yellow, but I think that leaves him the wrong angle on the red to the left centre. So he may, if he's straight enough, drop it in now and just hold. Then he can track down the middle of the table. But he is going to go for the one to the corner first. Wow, I can't believe that. I cannot believe that. I mean, what's he trying to do there? Is he trying to get the yellow full and push through it to get... I mean, that doesn't help his angle. I honestly don't know what he's trying to do at all.
I think he was trying to do what he did, but just caught it a bit thin. I think he was trying to just flick off the left-hand side of the yellow as he looked at it and come sort of along the break line, but that was just fraught with danger.
Well, just drop the one in the middle. Just drop it in. The cue ball finishes just to the left of the middle of the table. You've got the one right centre, but more likely you play the one at the top of the table and you just track down the middle of so just to the left-hand side of the middle of the table. I just can't. It was fairly routine.
Yeah, it was a very unnecessary risk that. In practice you might try that shot, but just trying to make an angle that wasn't really there. As a result, Andy Williams left a much easier chance. At the moment, both teams are just going to be targeting the win. It's way too early to be thinking about time and how many frames are going to get played. We may well have enough time for one team to get to 11. If not, that's a question for much later in the match. So you can approach it as a fairly conventional game of pool at the moment. Got to play with the 30-second shot clock, but it's all about just accumulating the frames. This is a nice position to start with. Anytime you come to the table and your opponent's moved a few balls, just a bit less traffic to negotiate around. An Ultimate Pool Pro means that Anne is one of the players that's had a lot of experience out in this kind of arena setup. Very familiar with the table, with the timer. All those are just little things that just help you to settle down that little bit more.
Oh, is it going too far? He would have much rather have been on the one to the right than the one on the left, and the one on the left from hampered queuing is not fun.
This is really awkward. It's hard just to pot the yellow ball queuing over the 8 ball, but any kind of position, you're just going to have to roll this in and settle for the double. That's a good bit of queuing. That may not have looked much, but queuing over the 8 ball, had to catch the middle of that. So the double, plus needs to think about position. Can't just leave the cue ball where the yellow is. Well, we're disappointed with that. That was a good chance. Claudio Cassar, who'd thrown away what looked like an excellent chance, is now invited back to the table with only 2 balls remaining. It's not quite so crucial. When you're 3-1 up, it feels like it's not the end of the world, but
it just feels like a massive missed opportunity. It just, you feel that Wales could be separated here. I mean, they should have won all 5 frames.
Yeah, that's the thing, isn't it? And then later on when it gets close, you wish you had that cushion. Good shot from Cassar. Would rather not have needed 2 goes at this, but he's very happy to be back at the table for this second chance. And that ball is safely down. So Andy Williams, that miss proved costly, slipped out of position, forced into a double he shouldn't really ever have needed to attempt. And the Malta comeback continues. Can they do exactly what they did against France?
Yeah, missed opportunities for Wales, and just the noise starting to build for Malta.
And that's when they're at their best. It's obviously easier to build up the team support and the shouts when you're ahead. As soon as they drew level with France, they got a lot more vocal. Goff just setting the balls up for frame 6.
Bassani comes out.
This last match, he had a heartbreaking moment. We had a great break and then planted the cue ball in the corner pocket and had to watch his opponent clear up.
Let's go, partner. Come on.
Messi. Messi, top right-hand corner. Difficult to see what he can do. Can't see a way to fire into them.
Have to pot a ball to be on that colour, so no obvious route to taking red balls if that would be his choice. He's had a few looks at this. He's running out of time now. He's already used his extension. Oh, well, in fact, you could see the one that was on the cushion, but that didn't really help because he was never had a route into the other ones. So he's going to have to probably play some kind of containing shot here. It's very hard to see how he's going to go game.
I think I like yellows there. Take the yellow to bottom left corner and then play the loss of turn. Yellow sits near the pocket and you feel that you then can control the tactical exchange.
Up next for Wales, John Coleman, the hero of their semi-final. Potted a great last ball in a moment when everyone in the arena thought that he'd missed it. It just hung over the corner pocket and then after half a second or so dropped in. Got to take a lot of confidence from that semi-final performance.
Let's go.
Not really able to do much there, to just play a fairly nothingy shot in the end. Ryan just coming around to see what can be done in terms of squeezing this red towards the pocket. Well, one could be squeezed in, but the other one, as a result, is now very tied up. You get the sense that he really wants to go for this clearance, but just can't quite sort that top pocket out. With this format, attack really has become the default option. I've seen a few containing shots, but most people feel compelled to go for a clearance where it's half a chance of it.
Like a big shot's coming, don't you?
What's he going to do? Is he just going to try and play short position up the right hand side of the table, or is he going to fire into this area?
Oh, if that goes top left, he might have the right angle just to track the short position here. It definitely goes top left. It's just how much angle does he have? Might have just a touch too much. Yeah, he's looking for other options, so he has too much.
Not sure what he was originally planning there. He can't have been playing for the ball in the top corner. Play red off yellow. Those shots either look great or they look terrible. When you try and play one ball into another one, Ended up looking a bit silly there because it looked like he was way wide of the pocket. He was just trying to flick the red off the yellow and hopefully move the yellow out of the way, then the other red would have had a pocket at the top. Always yellows go, so good chance for a counter clearance from John Coleman.
He took out the big moment, didn't he, in the last match?
Yeah, it was a big moment because he left himself pretty awkward on his final red. Just
Fired it in.
Smash it in the leg of the table. Delayed reaction as it fell in. It's pretty good. These balls are all sitting nicely for him. Plenty of space to get to the ball top right.
And no problem getting away from top right either. It is further off the cushion than it looks. You just drop it in, flat on the cushion works. Yeah, even there, he may have just come a tick too high here. He might have to screw this one out. If he gets flat on the cushion, he just rolls it out. Shouldn't really pose a problem though. Even there, he could still get out. So, yeah, just primed here to get another one on the board and get two clear again.
Your ring's gone quite quiet. Nervous anticipation as he goes about this clearance. Definitely won't be quiet if he pots these 4 balls. This wasn't a difficult clearance, but he's taken them pretty well. Continues his progress through these balls.
Ooh. Oh, he's put himself under it here. It just shows you in this format, the players, you think they're under, you feel like they're cruising through, and then all of a sudden they do that. It's just you're never too far away from a bad error.
No, I was struggling to build up the drama there because it didn't really seem like much could go wrong.
It's hard to believe. It is hard to believe what we're seeing here.
That's an incredible miss. Not so much the 8 ball, but how did he get such poor position on it to start with?
That looked like it was going to fall. It looked tight going that way. Why not just play it the other way where it's not tight?
Yeah, it looked very tight. I think if he'd have missed the red, he'd have missed the pocket, so I'm not sure quite how he saw that going.
Needs to miss the 8 ball. Needs to miss the 8 ball. That's not the best of shots. And he might not even see the red. How'd you snooker yourself with only 1 ball on the table?
Yeah, if you'd been tasked with playing a snooker from there, you'd have found it pretty tough. Well, this has been a bad passage of play from these two. It was all looking plain sailing for Wales, then slip out of position. I mean, that was a tricky shot that Ryan had there, but all he had to do was avoid the 8 ball, even if he didn't get perfectly flat on the cushion. He's going to have some shots at the red. Oh, that was so all or nothing, and he just punts the black away. Disgust.
You may get a warning for that as well. Looks like Mark Goff's going to be okay with it, but it is I mean, it sums up where we are with this match. Not the greatest from Coleman, but job done. Well, somehow Wales are in front by 2. Not sure that really tells the full story. I feel like Will Osborne's been good today. He's been solid when he's needed to be. What a huge frame in their quarter-final. Backed up by Tom Cousins, who I imagine will be coming out next. This is frame 7.
Yeah, he's one of those players that's looked like he's been happy to be there. Looks excited for the opportunity. He's done the right stuff. I think we thought that as we approached the end of the match they might have a bit of drama, but the drama started pretty early. Neither player wanted to win that last frame. Wales have had a couple of good chances to open up a lead. Still really pretty hard to call a winner. Wales are obviously numerically ahead, but hasn't looked 100% convincing since the start. The only person that's looked convincing the whole day through has been Tom Cousins. Everybody else seems to have got involved in at least one scrappy frame.
That's nice. Got the angle here. It'd be nice for him if he, when he screws into the problem ball, the red on the left, if he gets the red full and just pops it down about 8 inches. He'll be on the red to right centre. He can come down the table and he should have one over left centre to connect to the one at the top of the table. So get this shot right, miss the yellow, get the red. That's worked out okay. Thought he was going to screw straight into it. Moving the yellow could have made things worse, but it's come out really well for him.
Bit of gentle encouragement from his teammates. Nothing like at the end of the semi-final. There was a lot of encouragement being offered on every single shot.
Nail-biting time there for Cole Bedford.
Yeah, you can see what it means to Cole.
Come on, Will.
Will Osborne negotiating these balls well. There's a bit of traffic at the top of the table, so it does matter where he leaves position off this last red at the bottom. That's what's going through his head at the moment. Looks like a simple position, but it's one of those ones where you could get yourself into some trouble if you don't leave the right angle. Well, chance of yes, Will. I think it's probably a bit more angle than he was hoping for. Don't think he can really overthink this. He's just going to have to focus on cutting the ball in. White's naturally heading over towards the 8 ball.
Yes, Will. That's all right.
In between. 2 rolls less, 2 rolls more. It is as easy as it gets. He should still make it though, in all honesty.
Yeah, it's just one of those ones, it's where you've put yourself in this position. It's frustrating. If you just came to the table and this was the 8 ball, you'd be happy enough with it. He was thin cutting that way. It may have been easy going the other way.
Yeah, I thought it was an easier putt the other way as well. Will Osborne's the one out there. He disagreed, he went that way and it hasn't worked.
Yet again, the first player in, not always making a good job of it. Good chance for Malta on the counter, and an important chance. 5-2 and 4-3, a big swing in scoreline. It's got a nice ball to get on the only difficult one on the left cushion. That's pretty much perfect. White flat to the cushion, so just a little bit of angle to get the cue ball away again. This would be a good frame for Malta to win, not just because it gets them back to within 1, but also because it's going to really annoy the Welsh. Such a good chance to get 5-2 up. It's exactly what you were saying earlier, it's a wasted opportunity. It's It's not super costly in the sense that they're still going to be ahead Wales, whatever happens, but as odd as it is to say, that given the fact they're already leading by a couple of frames, they could have been a lot further ahead. Maybe a problem later on, may not, but they're making life harder for themselves than they need to.
Wayne Pache makes it a 4-3 game, no doubt about it. They may be a frame behind. Malta, though, will be the happier team. It's been Wales missing the chances. They could be separated here, and they're not. Join us again after the break. Plenty more to come. Welcome back. Clayton Castaldi, the world champion, comes out. Didn't get to touch the table in his opening frame. He was broken cleared by Cole Bedford, but he has got the break here in frame 8 as we go to the second round of games. Very tight, 4-3, 34-58 left in this one. A long way to go on the scoreboard as well. And Wales get the first opportunity, but it will not be Tom Cousins coming to the table. Wales have been clever. They have slid Oli Bale up the table because it wasn't his break, it wasn't Wales's break. Makes perfect sense, Mark, doesn't it? They've slid Tom Cousins down a position to give him the break, and why wouldn't you?
Yeah, I mean, there aren't many players in the world you'd make that change for, because you wouldn't be that certain that it would make a difference. But for Tom Cousins, it's so consistent, it's almost like a free frame off his break. And Oli's quite a good person to put in this spot, because if Clayton had happened to break and clear, you might say that Oli hasn't been the form player of the day, but he's a dangerous player, so if Clayton comes up dry, he's there waiting.
Most of the day they've started off with Tom then Oli, so it kind of, they just flipped them round. They've done the same thing as well, just looking at the order that's come through to us now. They've done the same thing with Cole Bedford. So originally they started Tom Cousins, Cole Bedford in the 1 and 3 slots, so they had the break, and now they've switched them to be the 2 and 4 slots, so that they're going to have the break again. And it'll be Oli Bale and Zach Shepherd who comes back in at the expense of Ross Dunn in essentially the 1 and 3 spots. Andy Williams, Will Osborne and Jonathan Coleman round out their 7. Touch fortunate that throw. Lee's landed okay.
Yeah, that was not the gap he was playing for, but he'll take it. I love watching Andy play. He just gives you so much entertainment. You can tell exactly what he's thinking. Very compact cue action. Plays with a much shorter cue than a lot of players. Or further down, certainly. So he's going to cut the yellow into the left centre, just a case of where the cue ball's going. He's going to force his way through somehow. Don't think you can avoid cannons altogether, so he's just got to decide where in that line of reds he wants to hit. It's turned out pretty well. If he punts that yellow too far, then it's actually quite awkward, but he's nudged it just far enough that he can still play it to the right centre. Cue ball naturally coming up and down the table. This has been exactly the performance that they wanted from Oli when they put him in this number 1 spot. Dry break from Clayton Castaldi. Oli Bale does what he needs to. He's looking a bit happier than he was earlier on. He's played a big part in this match already.
Yeah, won both his frames as Oli Bale, and the change for Wales has worked. They send out Tom Cousins next with the break, and they get themselves a couple clear once again. Gary Carr will come out for Malta. Claudio Kazar and Owen and Matto will follow. Skuvalina, Gretsch and Pache will round out their 7 for this middle section of frames. Race to 11, remember, much longer. That's why we extended to the 70 minutes.
Could he continue and complete this tournament with a 100% record of first visit clearances? Surely, sooner or later, even Tom has to come up dry.
Oh, a bit of a miss-hit break from Tom Cousins. Still going to make a ball, of course. I mean, a miss-hit break from Tom Cousins is kind of a relative term because it's still hit well. It just lost the cue ball just the tiniest amount.
Still better than pretty much everyone else's break.
Yeah.
There was a moment it looked like he might not pass a ball. It was one of the last ones rolling.
And yet he has another layout where there's no clusters or problems. It's the pattern. Good chance this for Tom Cousins. Might be a touch straight on this red at the bottom if he's going reds. But you can get underneath the 2 reds in the middle of the table and take them to the top corner, and then you should be under control.
If Wales do go on to win this title, Tom's presence surely will have been a key factor. So many of the other frames have been really stressful because there's been so much back and forth, but the Tom ones have just been zero stress. He just goes out there, gets the frame won, does it quickly, nothing to worry about.
Well, a wide from Tom. He didn't need to go up there for the short position. I don't think he was even thinking about going up there for the short position. It's just cued across one. And this could be big for Malta because it's just another frame, of course, but there will be something just taking one off Tom, not for Tom, but for the rest of his team, just to be, you know, there was almost that kind of that expectation he's going to win every frame he plays, which isn't it's far from a guarantee.
Yeah, I think it's an important psychological message. I think Gary Carr's got himself a bit excited. He's played those first couple of shots pretty quickly. Not really in any kind of position, but keeps on with the potting.
Yeah, he's still okay. Moving balls around, but he's still okay.
Yeah, it was a good recovery. Wasn't a particularly difficult shot, but he just left it a bit more distance than he needed to. He's going to be really excited at this prospect. You know what the tournament means to him, and the idea of beating Tom Cousins as well in a frame. Nice little touch there, just to hold it, held perfect position. Quite a lot of angle, but that's fine because he always needed to run the white up the table to guarantee position on the 8.
Simple enough 8 ball then to beat Tom Cousins for the first time today. Get back within 1. And there it goes. That could be big. That could be significant. Gary Carr getting the victory.
Tom Cousins is human after all. Breaking clearance after breaking clearance earlier on, but this one slipped that time. I think we all thought it might be the dry break that would finally catch him out, but it was ultimately a missed pot that did for him.
When you look down the list of the frame results and you look at the way this match has played out, Wales could have won every single frame. You can't say the same for Malta. Wales have had 3 from the break, I believe, in the 9 frames, but the 4 frames they've lost, Ross Dunn, Andy Williams, Will Osborne, and now Tom Cousins had chances in all of them, and some of them really good chances in all of them. They really could have been out of sight here.
Let's look at Zach Shepherd since he was taken out of the lineup as a result of losing that frame earlier on. He's played really well throughout the World Team Championships. He's one of their highest ranked players. It's a bit short on confidence, as you might expect after he missed that ball in the earlier match. So 26 minutes remaining on the match clock. Still no real closer to understanding the likely result. Wales could be way ahead by now, but Malta have managed to hang on to their coattails. That's pretty much the tale of the semi-final. France could have been a long way ahead, but Malta got back into it. And once they started getting back into it, they were just growing in confidence and in voice, it has to be said, which I think was actually making quite a significant difference. It's ended up a bit scrappy, this frame. All those reds going over to the right hand side of the table. It could take a little while to get that resolved. They're in quite good position if you wanted to play a tactical shot. I think what Malta need to think about here is trying to promote some of the reds out whilst playing safety shots. It's generally, with international rules, the flavour of this. You need to play sort of progressive safety shots.
Sort of frame that's going to really kill this clock, isn't it? I mean, it's going to shorten the match up significantly, which means the winner of this frame, all of a sudden, it becomes huge.
So, ball in hand for Malta, but obviously still the issue. Previous rule sets where a foul meant 2 visits. It was obviously a very different equation, but here you only get the 1 visit, so you've got to make it count. Looking at the loss of turn here, I like this shot. He's going to try and pot red onto yellow, pot the yellow, and then screw the white into a safe position. I like the idea. He could have done getting the white a little bit further over to the right-hand side of the table. Turn back. That wouldn't have been possible if Malta had got the white tight over on the right hand side cushion. Zach wouldn't have been able to play that shot, so just slightly loose with ball in hand. Shouldn't ultimately be that decisive, but it starts to add up over the course of the frame. Feels like it's going to be a tense end to this match somehow. Just had the flavour. Whenever you have those positions where you could have won a match by a long way and you don't get it done, it just seems to always come back to haunt you. It just feels like Wales should be on more than 5 by now.
Yeah, it sort of feels like Malta are definitely the happier team. I know they're losing, but they could have been done and dusted here. And you're right, you just feel, especially you get that sense, don't you, from the Welsh team, they might sit there and think, if we let one go here, should we be out of sight? That's very good from Zach. That's really ramping the pressure up here.
Yeah, he's going to be delighted with that shot. That was pretty awkward to play from where he was. Claudio Casar should have been in a good position. He's just played 1 loose shot in amongst some pretty good ones. It's just allowed Zach a foothold. Well, it's quite messy, which is perhaps all he could do from there.
I'm not sure he can play the bottom one and get up to the top one here. So do you have to play the top one and risk a cannon and it going wrong and blocking the 8 ball?
Can he dig down? Yeah, I mean, it's a really high tariff shot.
He'd have to really dig, wouldn't he? Maybe come around 2 cushions to get in line.
Oh, he's played that well. He's played that really well. Could have done with a couple more turns, but he did well to get anywhere in the bulk area of the table.
Done really well. 2 really good shots. They don't look like much, but under huge pressure. And this is remarkably similar to the ball he missed earlier on, which is the reason he sat out of the semi-finals. It was on a colour rather than the 8 ball that time, but it was the same level of ball. This time, though, in it goes, and Zach Shepherd gives Wales a 2-frame advantage once again.
That's a good comeback from Zach. It's a bit awkward what happened earlier. Could have happened to anybody. The pressure of the situation, just missed a ball that he shouldn't have done. That's the way you make amends. You come back out and you win the frame for your team. And you can see the Maltese players, just a bit of life's gone out of that side of the room. There was a lot of cheering earlier, there was a lot of shouting, but now they all just look a bit subdued. Only 2 frames behind though. They don't want to be allowing any thoughts of defeat to be creeping into their minds.
Yeah, they're just sort of trading blows at the moment, treading water. Keep getting back within 1, keep going back to 2. And it's chaos goal again. What's going to happen this time with Cole Bedford? Expect the unexpected. And it's the cue ball this time.
His break has a slightly chaotic quality about it. He's sort of queuing off to the side, then cue ball flying around the table. Because he cues up to that, he's off to the side of the cue ball, then he seems to find the middle as he goes through.
Yeah, cues right across it at the last minute. It's a very unique technique.
He's a good cueist though. I mean, in a sense, that's one of the things he's best known for. mercurial players as well on the Maltese side. Owen Amato. I feel like these two are in prime position for serving us up an entertaining frame. From a neutral perspective, you'd obviously like Malta to get back into this. The whole way through, it just felt like it could have gone one-sided, but somehow Wales, it's almost like they're doing it to themselves. I mean, it's sort of Malta, they're fighting their way back in, but it's just Wales aren't allowing themselves to get too far ahead.
Might have to cue one in here. He's opened everything up, but the only ball he's on is the long straight one to the corner. If he's on the one to the middle, makes a big difference. The good news is the one to the corner, it's frame ball. It feels like frame ball. Beautiful.
Oh, that's a good bit of cueing, isn't it? Under the pressure of being 6-4 down in a world final. I mean, that was never in doubt, was it? Absolute middle of the pocket. He does look a very good cueist, does Owen. Obviously got a bit to learn, but it looks like he could be a very dangerous player. Caught that pretty well. There's work to do with the cue ball. Found his way around the angles. Just coming around to look at where he needs to leave himself. And the key thing obviously here is just not to end up behind one of those yellows. The safest option would just be to come below all of them.
Brilliant stuff, this. Really impressed. Owen Amato. Moment of quality for his team. Cole's reaction there. There's no malice in that from Owen. He is just pumped. He is pumped up.
That's one of the best reactions of the night.
Yeah. Cole will see the funny side of that. And we are back within one. The pattern of the match continues. Since we got to 3-0 and then 3-2, it has just been trading blows.
Come on. Let's go, JS.
Well, the prediction of a 6 red could still be live. 17:55 on the match clock. Next for Malta, Gilmore Shaluna. Not dry though, so Andy Williams back in play.
Oh, this is a chance he's got to fancy. He's got the perfect last ball. The one on the left centre, it drops in. If it doesn't, you can probably just feather the other yellow off it, but it does drop in.
Once again, you feel like Wales just need to reopen this lead. I think if Malta were to get it back on level terms, the momentum could swing pretty quickly. There'd be no prizes for guessing who'd be the happier team if that happened. I still wouldn't really like to call a result here. It sort of feels like Wales' name is on the trophy after the way they got out of jail in their semi-final against Ireland. But also sort of feels like it's been Malta's destiny. Keep getting to these finals. Seem to have just that little bit extra in the tank this year. I've got a feeling that maybe it is their year. the shootouts, the fact it's so impossible to predict a winner. Making good progress through the frame. Not very easy to see where a mistake would come from, although it could be said about quite a lot of the action tonight. The fact that he's got the yellow right up there next to the 8-ball just makes this position so much easier, because Andy's got a huge margin for error to find his way through the gap of the reds. Absolutely unmissable to get position. Not always made it look easy, but Wales keep reopening these gaps. It's going to be 2 frames again after this 8-ball. And the 8-ball's down. Andy Williams leads from the front. He gets his team ahead. 7 frames to 5 this time.
Pan continues once again. Is there going to be more drama? Well, just under 15 to play here. And Will Osborne, who has been anchoring this team so effectively, has the break and has a ball. In the crowd there as that ball was threatening not to drop. Eventually it does fall in.
Table 28, Callum Nichols and Claire Lally, James Goldsmith, Joshua Fletcher Norman, James and Joshua, versus Hannah Ryan on 28. On 29, Harry McKenna, Marcel Cruiser, 29, Sophie Cassian, Harry Marcel, 29, and last match on table 30, facing the new Tyrese Gray versus George Stephen and Kieran Ward, George and Kieran versus Jason and Tyrese, table 30.
Almost a time foul there from Will Osborne. Caught that ball at the very last moment. Dayan not known for his love of tactical play. What's he going to do here? Still got the 2 yellows in a tricky position on the right hand side. It's been such a talisman of this team. You sort of feel like the moment of magic should come from Dayan.
He's got to get these though, and he's attacking. He is attacking hard. This is such a big shot he's about to play. If he's going, he's got to play the double now. May not get nice on the next ball.
He's played some great clutch doubles in this match, but that one goes wide. Where's the yellow going to end up?
Hasn't done any damage. Angle to go up the table for Will Osborne.
Big moment for Will Osborne here. Got position on the difficult ball at the top of the table. Just needs one good shot here. Hasn't got to do anything with the cue ball. It's naturally going to track down. Just needs to make sure he pots this ball. Should naturally miss the yellow, even if he was to just glance off it. You wouldn't imagine it would be a problem. Gets his team 3 balls away from victory. Bit of confusion at the beginning of the match. There was discussion of a race to 11, but this is the same format as earlier on. It is a race to 8, so Will Osborne does just need these 3 balls. And that is the pressure of just needing those 3 balls. That was a miss that you would never have seen earlier on in the match. Look again at this. Just didn't have to do anything, and he's missed it by a long way. Normally when players miss those, they end up pushing them onto the cushion. Overcut it away from the cushion. So, can Dayan, at the multiple time of asking, get this frame done?
Go on in, Will! Come on, Will!
Edgy, very edgy.
Come on, 100% Will. Come on, mate. All you.
So much pressure now on Will, because once you miss a good chance to win a frame, you just feel like you never really get one that's quite as easy. He's going to have to pot this ball at distance. Don't think he can avoid a cannon on the red, but he's kind of going to need a cannon on the red to hold position.
Oh, what a moment for Wales.
Oh, that could not have turned out any better. That is a fantastic result from where he was. The Welsh team, heads in hand. No one can bear to look at the table. Just this 8 ball required for Will Osborne. What a performance this has been from Wales. They look like they could have won so much more easily, but just keep edging ahead. And finally they do it, to wild celebrations from the whole Welsh team.
Can you believe it? Heartache for Malta once again. Wales have done it. They have had to scrap their way through every round. They've had to fight hard. They've had some moments, and it is heartache for the Maltese players. 3 straight finals, 3 straight defeats. Wales are the champions.
Welcome back into the arena, everybody. What a day we have had at the Grand Hotel, and a super final to match. They gave it absolutely everything today, so let's hear it for Wales and Malta. Give yourselves a round of applause, boys. A fabulous, fabulous day filled with action that we knew it would be, really. And Malta have done another fantastic shootout tournament. Let's hear it for your runners-up, Malta. Gary, if you'd like to come forward. Hard lines, mate. We've done this before. I know it was such a fantastic day for you guys, and ultimately the final just didn't quite go your way. What do you make of it?
Yeah, I think in the final we missed a few chances. I think, so to speak, about the whole final in a few words. We had our chance when I think the frame of me and Tom. Tom missed the ball after 4 years. And I think that miss when I got the game to 5-4 instead of 6-3 might have been the chance. But then obviously we made a few mistakes. Wales played well. Wales had their moments even in the last frame. Could have gone ours. But third time we lost again. That's the game, and congratulations to Wales.
Well said, Gary. Let's give it up for Malta, everybody. I don't doubt for a second that they will be back. But in the meantime, it's time to congratulate your world champions. It's Wales. Andy. Oh, that must feel really sweet, mate.
Speechless, mate, to be honest. It's been a long time coming. We obviously hit 2 world finals and lost both, so this is a long time coming. But the lads have just been amazing, and we had to carry Tom at the end, but here's what it is, do you know what I mean? We've had a tough day. We obviously had to beat the world champs, the Euro champs, and the best team in the world, so we'll take it.
It's been a hell of a day. I mean, you are absolutely right. I know tongue firmly in cheek, but a hell of a day, because every match tested you, every match pushed you to your limit in a different sort of a way, but you guys always found an answer, whether it be a brilliant finish, whether it be an outrageous fluke. You just had something in the tank to get over the line.
Yeah, well, we've got a chaotic player in our team, so that always helps. But yeah, we've got a team or squad of full quality, to be honest. So we always believe in ourselves, we believe in each other, and it goes all the way. I mean, even not just today, we had South Africa. We were 3-1 down against South Africa early in the week, so just to get through to today was tough work. But obviously, Northern Ireland, we knew we had to bring it, and once you beat them, you just got to make the most of it, really. So yeah, just super proud of the boys. Unbelievable effort.
Yeah, fabulous group of lads that you've got, and I know victories are always sweeter as a team. How special is this group that you guys have assembled? It looks like you enjoy every single minute of playing together.
Yeah, over to Tom, we all get on really well. So yeah, it's just unbelievable, and to share it together is just the best. But fair play to Malta. They've had another awesome tournament, and they'll be back. So.
Great words, mate. It's now your trophy lifting moment. Going to bring in the president of the WEPF, Joe Fanta, to make the presentations, because your 2024 World Team Shootout champions are Wales. Fabulous scenes here in Blackpool. What a result for the Welsh, and what a performance from Malta. They gave it absolutely everything today. And the Welsh party is only just beginning. When we return, we'll break down that final and how it was won, and we might get some more Welsh voices as well. Stay with us. Oh, welcome back into the arena, where the Welsh team have slowly cleared to begin what I imagine will be quite a large party tonight. So, I mean, just this shootout continues just to deliver ridiculous entertainment. It is so reliable for brilliant matches, time after time after time.
It's just a brilliant format, isn't it? I mean, nothing else puts the players under pressure like the World Team Shootout. You've got great players crumbling, and there's something quite sick about that, but also quite entertaining about it. But also, you get to see some of the best players in the world shining in those stages as well. And it was a strange match for me. It was one of those matches where Malta could just never get going, but Wales could never seem to put them away. It felt like, we were chatting on commentary there, it felt like Wales should have been 9-0 up, and it was 5-4. It was quite surprising. And then you felt, had they missed their chance, was it going to be Malta? Were Malta going to suddenly get a gear going, and then Wales be going, what happened? We should have won this match. But Malta never came, really, and Wales were able to get over the line. They kept getting given more chances.
I thought it was interesting, I mean, tongue firmly in Andy Williams' cheek, I know, but I thought it was interesting what he said in his post, in his acceptance speech, essentially, where he says, you know, we've beat the world champs, the European champs, and the best team in the world. I just wonder, from a Maltese sense, if there's an element of potentially maybe wanting it too much. It's the third time they've fallen at the final stage, and they've improved it through each tournament. But it got to the final again here, and we saw nowhere near their best. Is there just, not necessarily a mental block, but it's so difficult to play your best when you put yourself under so much pressure as well?
Yeah, I mean, it's the rough with the smooth there. I mean, they play unbelievably well, and they have an unbelievable confidence, and they have an unbelievable unity, because they all believe they're the best side in the world, and they're saying it and they believe it. You've got to show it on here, but when you do say it and you don't deliver it, then you are always going to have questions against you. And I agree. I think you can look back at all sports across the world, and you can look at it. Somebody can want it too much, and there was maybe a bit of that with the Maltese side. They didn't settle into the match. They didn't get going. If the player that goes out first, second, third settles in and just calmly goes about business, then maybe they can build from there. But they just got off to such a poor start, going 3-0 down. they were always felt like they were chasing, and they were always on edge. And when you want it that much and you're on edge, it's hard to play well because they missed a lot of chances.
Yeah, and don't get me wrong, Wales made their mistakes as well, but they also wanted it, but they just about sort of stumbled over the line in the end.
Yeah.
But throughout the day, probably the deserved winner, would you say?
Yeah, I think. I mean, you have to say that, don't you? They've obviously won 3 really tough matches today. You know, they had to scrap through as well in the last 16. You know, they've not done it the easy way. They haven't looked at no point in the tournament. If you looked at Wales and gone, yeah, they're the dominant force. I think might kick on, but they kept doing just enough. We talk every Monday.
Doesn't that sum up Shootout pool?
It does. And how often do we talk Monday night pool? We're talking about it doesn't matter the level you play at. It's win the moments. You win the key moment, win the match. These matches hinge on 1 or 2 fine margins. Win those key moments, you win the match. And Wales did that. Not just in the final, they did it all day long. You know, you think about the Cole Bedford clearance. You think about what Will Osborne did, what Tom's done all day long. They've won moments. They've made a lot of mistakes, but every side made a lot of mistakes.
Apart from Tom Cousins, he still continues to do.
Well, he made one.
He does.
I actually thought that was a really big moment in the match because I felt at that moment.
Well, Gary Carr said as much. Yeah.
Yeah, I thought when he made a mistake, because it was Tom, because it is the best player in the world, and he made a mistake and he was punished. I thought the Welsh team might go, hang on a minute, we'd already put that one on the scoreboard and they didn't get it, and Malta might really build on the confidence of that and go, hang on a minute, we've just beaten Tom, we can fly now. You know, they haven't got Tom to come back out, we can fly. Didn't really happen for them there.
It was a tough one for Malta, there's no mistake about that. That's now 3 straight final defeats, and that, of course, is tough to take. But for Wales, a fantastic title for them. They too have been on the wrong end of defeats in the team competitions in the last couple of years, as Andy mentioned. 2 defeats in finals in the World Team Championships. They've now got themselves some WEPF World Gold in the form of the Shootout. We've still got an unbelievably busy few days here in Blackpool, but when we return to you on Monday next week, it will be the return of the Pairs Cup. We might have to get some chairs out in that arena because we're going to be a bit goosed after this one.